Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I used to work as a supervisor for a janitorial company, one of those gigs where you're out late or early, cleaning places when no one else is around. A couple of times a week, I had to go to this middle school. It was the kind of place that looked ordinary enough during the day. Kids running in and out, lockers slamming, teachers pacing halls. But after hours, it felt completely different. Empty, quiet, hollow. My job was to clean the hallway floors and the gymnasium using this big, clunky machine that looked a lot like a Zamboni. It was a floor scrubber that mopped and polished the surface in one go. The machine was heavy, slow, but powerful, and when I was driving it, it felt like I owned the entire place. I'd be the only person inside the school, and sometimes I'd joke to myself that I was the king of this empty castle. Most nights, I'd get in, fire up the machine, and go through the halls slowly, methodically scrubbing every inch. The sound of the machine moving was almost hypnotic. The grinding of the scrubber pads, the splash of the water tanks, and the soft hum of the motor. It filled the silence and became the only company I had. The gym was the hardest part. It was huge, with a shiny wooden floor that demanded attention. I had to make sure it was spotless for the kids the next day. It took time, but I was fast enough that I'd finish my cleaning duties well before my shift ended. After that, I'd head to the library. The library was a quiet, cozy little room filled with old shelves and dusty books. I always brought my dinner with me and ate at one of the tables, flipping through whatever book I had on hand. It was my way to wind down before heading out. One morning started off just like any other. I pulled into the parking lot early before dawn, the sky still dark and the streetlights flickering off. The school looked even more deserted than usual. The front doors were locked, but I had a key, so I let myself in quietly. The air inside was cold and smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals and old paper from the library. I turned on the lights in the hallways, the sound echoing in the empty space. Then I started the machine and began cleaning. The floors were grimy from a week of foot traffic and spills, but the scrubber did its job well. I moved up and down the corridors, the machine slowly gliding over the tiles, scrubbing, washing, and drying. I didn't hear a sound other than the machine, and occasionally, my own footsteps when I got off it to check the tanks or adjust the settings. I was mostly focused on my work, with my headphones on, playing some music to keep me company. It's easy to lose track of time when you're alone in a place like that. The hallways looked endless. The lockers, the classroom doors, the bulletin boards filled with faded posters about history or math or upcoming school events. It all blurred together after a while. After finishing the floors, I moved to the gym, hooking the machine up to a water supply to rinse and polish the wood surface. It took about an hour. The place was dead silent except for the machine and the occasional creak of the old gym roof settling. When I finished, I shut everything down and cleaned the machine. My job was done. I headed to the library, just like usual. The lights were dim but enough to read. I sat at my usual spot, pulled out my sandwich and some chips, and started eating while flipping through the pages of a book I'd brought. I don't remember the title, just that it was something easy, a mystery novel maybe, nothing too heavy. The quiet of the library was comforting, and I could relax for a few minutes before leaving. Then, out of the blue, my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize, but it was from the school's security office. I answered. They told me to come back to the school immediately. The tone of their voice was serious. Something was wrong. I locked up my stuff and left, driving back quickly. When I arrived, there was a police car parked near the front entrance, its lights off but unmistakable in the early morning light. Inside the building, the school security team was waiting. They didn't say much at first, but asked me to follow them to an office where the principal or whoever was in charge could talk to me. I sat down, trying to stay calm, but inside I was uneasy. The police officer there asked if I noticed anything strange the night before, anything out of the ordinary. I shook my head, explaining I usually had my headphones in while working and hadn't seen or heard anything unusual. The school was empty except for me. Then they showed me the footage. It was from the security cameras in one of the classrooms. The timestamp was right when I was cleaning nearby, riding the Zamboni down the hall. The footage showed someone creeping through a classroom window that had been left slightly open. The person slipped inside quietly, their face obscured by a hoodie. The camera angle was grainy, but the movement was clear. They were inside the room for about 10 minutes. They looked around, rifled through desks and drawers, then disappeared from the frame. The odd part was that the camera didn't catch the person leaving. No footage showed them going back out the window or leaving the classroom through the door. The security guards said they'd searched every exit and hallway, but found no sign of anyone leaving the building during that time. The police had to sweep the entire school, room by room, hallway by hallway, but there was no sign of forced entry anywhere else, no footprints, no missing items. Nothing had been stolen or damaged. The whole thing didn't add up. For hours after that, I sat there going over the footage and timelines in my head. The idea that someone had broken in, walked around while I was just feet away on the scrubber, and then vanished without a trace was unsettling. The security team checked the locks and windows again and again, but the only entry point they could confirm was the one seen on the camera. No one ever found out how the person got out or where they went. I kept thinking about the hallways and the classrooms. If someone could move through the building unnoticed for that long, what else was possible? Could they have hidden somewhere in the school? Was there some secret passage or crawl space I didn't know about? The police didn't mention anything like that. For weeks after, I felt uneasy every time I returned to that school. Walking through the empty halls felt different. I was more alert, glancing into every corner, every darkened room, every nook where someone could hide. The school that once felt like an empty kingdom now seemed like a place full of shadows and unanswered questions. I never heard what happened to that case. No arrests. No explanation. The person who broke in was never caught or even seen again. And for me, the memory stuck. It wasn't about ghosts or myths or anything supernatural. It was about the fact that a place I thought I knew well could suddenly become a mystery. A place where someone had slipped through right under my nose, unseen, unheard, and vanished. The strangest part was that while I was cleaning, riding that machine, the person was so close, yet so invisible. I kept telling myself I would have noticed. But maybe that's just the way it works when you're alone and distracted in a big empty building. You think you're in control, but sometimes you're just sharing the space with someone else, and you don't even know it. I spend a lot of time working outside, mostly doing stream surveys and walking along rivers in rural areas. It's the kind of job where you spend hours on your feet, trudging through mud, balancing on slippery rocks, and getting scratched up by brush. Most days it's quiet, too quiet sometimes, with only the sound of water running over stones and the wind shifting through the trees. I'm used to it, and honestly, I like the peace. But other days, it's a little more unsettling than peaceful. One time, my coworker and I were working in a more urban environment, somewhere that was less wild but still had some patches of green and water. It was late afternoon, the sun already beginning to dip behind the buildings. We were following the edge of a slow-moving creek that cut through an overgrown park area. The ground was littered with trash and old bottles, and the air smelled faintly of rotting leaves and wet earth. As we rounded a bend, something lying still by the water caught my eye. At first glance, it looked like a body. I froze, the blood draining from my face. My coworker let out an instinctive, "Oh shit," like I did. We stood there, hearts pounding, not sure if we should move closer or call for help. But as we got closer, the shape shifted in the light. It wasn't a person. It was a firefighter's dummy. One of those training mannequins, dressed in full gear, all scuffed up and grimy, with a helmet that had slid down over the face. How it got there was a mystery. The dummy had obviously fallen down a steep embankment, probably tossed or lost during some kind of drill nearby. We stood there, feeling a little stupid, laughing quietly at ourselves for the scare. It was a weird kind of relief. What struck me most was how easy it was to mistake it for something real, especially when you're tired, your mind on the edge after hours of scanning water and mud for any signs of erosion or pollution. We took a few pictures, partly as a joke, then moved on, but the moment stuck with me. It was a reminder of how unpredictable the work could be, how even familiar places could hold surprises. That wasn't the only odd thing I've come across in my job. There are spots so remote and abandoned that people leave little marks behind, signs of lives lived or memories held onto. One day, far out on a narrow trail beside a river in a dense patch of woods, we found a tiny grave. It was simple, a small wooden cross, roughly carved, with the name of a dog etched into the wood. The ground around it was disturbed, almost like someone had tried to keep it tidy despite the wild nature surrounding it. The grave was marked with a few stones and some wildflowers that had been placed carefully on top. It felt sad standing there, thinking about whoever had buried their dog out there, in the middle of nowhere, with no fence or house nearby, just the river and the forest. It was a small, private spot. Whoever had done it had cared enough to come back and leave the flowers. It was one of those quiet moments that made the loneliness of the job hit a little harder. There were other strange things too. On one occasion, walking through a patch of woods near an old logging road, I saw something that stopped me cold. It was a mannequin, sitting perfectly upright in a wooden chair right in the middle of the trees. It looked like it had been carefully placed there, dressed in an old flannel shirt and jeans, a dirty baseball cap tilted on its head. The face was cracked and faded, but it was clear someone had set it up as a kind of marker, or maybe a prank. Nearby, I noticed a small shrine of sorts, scraps of fabric tied to branches, a few shells, and random objects pinned to the trees. Another time, while working in a clearing near a marsh, I found a stuffed rabbit lying on the ground. It was old and dirty, but the weird part was that its eyes had been replaced by shotgun shells. I don't know who would do something like that, but it stuck in my head as a strange, unsettling image. This innocent toy turned into something almost sinister by those sharp, metal eyes staring back at me. Working in Myrtle Beach was a whole different experience. The area was chaotic, crowded in spots, but when you left the tourist-heavy streets and walked into some of the less cared-for neighborhoods, it felt like stepping into a different world. One day, we were surveying near a large stormwater drainage system, a concrete grate leading into a huge underground pipe. I was kneeling by the edge, peering inside, trying to see if there was any blockage or debris, when I looked up and saw a figure standing just a few feet away, hidden in the shadows of a makeshift shelter. It was a homeless man, and he was staring at me. He said nothing, just looked with tired eyes, like he was waiting for us to leave. I felt a sudden rush of unease. We weren't trespassing, not exactly, but I could tell from his expression and the way his eyes followed us that we weren't welcome. My coworker and I exchanged a glance and silently agreed to back away slowly. The last thing we wanted was trouble. We turned and left the area quietly, not looking back. There's a strange tension in moments like those, when you realize you're walking through someone else's world, a place where the rules don't quite match up with what you're used to. You feel exposed, like an outsider, and you don't want to make a wrong move. Despite all that, I kept going back to the work. The streams needed checking, the rivers needed surveying, and the occasional odd discovery was just part of the job. It made the long days and hard hikes worth it, in a way. It wasn't just about the work, it was about understanding these places, the stories they held, even if those stories weren't always spoken aloud. One evening, after a long day of walking a muddy creek that cut through a mix of farmland and abandoned houses, we were packing up. The sun was low, the sky turning pink and orange, and the air cooling fast. I was gathering my gear when my coworker pointed to the hill above us. At the top, partly hidden in the tall grass, was a figure, just standing there, not moving. It wasn't a person, though. Closer inspection showed it was another mannequin. This one was dressed in an old jacket, its head tilted at an odd angle, almost as if it were watching the valley below. For a moment, I felt that old chill of uncertainty. Who put it there? Why? Was it a marker, a warning, or just a strange joke? The answer didn't come, and we didn't stay long to find out. Walking back to the truck in the fading light, I realized that out here, these strange objects, the dummy, the grave, the mannequin, the rabbit with shell eyes, were all reminders that even in the quietest, most forgotten places, people leave traces. Some are innocent, some sad, some unsettling, but they all tell a story. And in the end, that's what I'm after. Not ghosts or legends, but the real, raw pieces of the world that slip by unnoticed every day. The job isn't glamorous, and it's often lonely, but it's honest work. It's walking through a landscape that doesn't always welcome you, finding things you weren't supposed to see, and leaving with a little more understanding than you came with. It was late, well past 10, almost 11 at night, when I decided to take my parents' German Shepherd out for a walk. The night was cold, but that was nothing new for winter here. The snow had been falling for a couple of days already, thick and steady, and now the ground was blanketed in a soft, muffled white that made every sound seem distant, even my footsteps. The air was sharp and crisp, the kind that fills your lungs with a clean, biting freshness that wakes you up. The sky was mostly clear, with a scattering of stars shining bright above the sleeping neighborhood. My parents lived in a really safe area. Quiet streets, well-kept houses, almost never any trouble. People would leave their doors unlocked sometimes, which I never did at my own place, but it spoke volumes about how peaceful this neighborhood was. At this hour, most houses had their lights off, curtains drawn tight, and the only illumination came from a few dim street lamps spaced out along the sidewalks. The cold had chased most of the neighborhood inside, leaving the streets empty except for me and the dog. She was a big German shepherd, with thick fur that was nearly black, and she was tough as nails. She could be aggressive, especially when she was out walking, and I liked that about her. It made me feel safe. She stayed close, alert, ears always perked, and I trusted her instincts more than mine sometimes. We set off down the sidewalk, her leash loose in my hand, because she knew the route well and rarely pulled. The crunch of snow under our boots was the only sound. It felt like the whole world had quieted down just for us. I breathed in the cold air, watching my breath form little clouds as I exhaled. We passed the playground of the nearby elementary school, the swings and slides frozen in place under the moonlight, the snow layered thick on the bars. It was the kind of playground that during the day was filled with kids laughing and running around, but now, at night, it felt abandoned and still, like a forgotten place. I glanced over at it for a moment, thinking how different it looked under the stars, so peaceful, yet a little eerie. Beyond the playground was a short line of trees, thin, spindly things stripped bare of leaves, their branches reaching up like dark fingers into the sky. Once we passed those, we entered a large open field. During the day, you could see a couple of houses scattered on the edges, barely poking through the branches, but now in the night, it was just a shadowy expanse. The field felt vast, open, much bigger than it looked in daylight. The snow smoothed everything out, and the field stretched on under the stars, blank and silent except for the faint glow of distant lights rising softly beyond the trees. Along one side of the path we were walking was a pond, or more accurately, a marshy area that froze solid in the deep winter cold. The ice was thick enough to hold the snow, but I could see the uneven surface where water might still lurk beneath. I liked to look up at the sky while walking here, trying to pick out constellations. That night, I found Orion's belt clearly, 3 bright stars lined up in a row, easy to spot against the deep blue-black sky. The dog was happy. She sniffed the ground and twitched her ears now and then, enjoying the open space with no other dogs around to bother her or make her anxious. We moved slowly, me enjoying the quiet and the cold, the way the snow pressed softly underfoot. The world felt distant and slowed down. That's when I noticed it, a tiny red light flickering on the frozen marsh. I didn't see it out of the corner of my eye at first. It was subtle, small, but once I caught it, it didn't disappear. It was like a laser pointer dot, a sharp, bright red spot sitting right in the middle of the ice. I stood still, heart skipping a little. I couldn't say if it had been there the whole time, or if it had just appeared suddenly. I looked around, trying to find the source. The trees around the marsh were dark, but I saw no flashlight beam or anything that could be making the light. It wasn't high up in the trees or far away. It was close to the ground, just a few feet above the frozen surface. I called my dog's name softly, trying to get her attention, but she barely looked at it. She was more interested in the path ahead and the smells carried by the cold air. I knelt down and tugged gently at her leash. The red dot sat still, bright and steady, almost glowing in the dark. For some reason, it felt ominous, the kind of feeling you can't shake. Like someone was standing there, holding that laser pointer, watching. I looked closer, straining my eyes to make sense of the light's source. Maybe it was a hunter, or a prankster, or someone checking traps, though none of those seemed to fit. The neighborhood was quiet, peaceful. And then it moved. Not smoothly like a flashlight sweeping across the ground, but jerkily, like a person taking a few uncertain steps, shifting the beam. I blinked and held my breath, watching it hop from one spot to another in uneven jumps. My dog suddenly stiffened. She turned, ears pricked, staring behind us with a deep focus that made me uneasy. I spun my head around quickly, scanning the empty dark space behind. Nothing but the silent trees. I didn't want to look back too long, though. It felt like if I took my eyes off the light for too long, it would creep closer without me noticing. I whipped my gaze back to the marsh. The light was still there, but I could swear it shifted slightly again. The dog's entire body was tense now. She didn't pull toward anything, which was unusual. Usually, if she saw or smelled a small animal, she'd resist coming with me. This time, whatever she sensed was something she didn't want to face either. I tugged her leash hard and started walking faster, urging her along. She obeyed immediately, moving close to my side, but her alertness stayed. The red dot remained where it was, shining quietly over the frozen marsh. I kept my ears open for anything, footsteps, voices, breathing. The night remained silent except for the crunch of our boots. The light didn't move any closer, and no sound came from the trees or the field. I wanted to believe it was nothing, maybe a prank, or someone using a laser pointer on the ice for some dumb reason. But the way it moved, the way the dog reacted, it felt like something was there, watching, waiting. We left the field quickly after that. The walk back felt colder, more tense. My mind kept spinning scenarios, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The next day, I went back with the dog again. This time in the afternoon, with the sun bright and the sky a pale winter blue. Kids were playing in the snow near the playground, their cheeks red from the cold and laughter ringing out. Some people were cross-country, skiing on the trails nearby. The whole area felt alive and safe in the daylight. I looked out at the marsh, searching for anything unusual. No lights, no reflections, no signs of anything holding a laser pointer or any kind of strange equipment. The frozen pond was clear and calm, just ice and snow. The field felt much smaller in the daytime. The houses that had seemed distant in the dark were close and familiar, windows reflecting the sun. The trees that had felt like a barrier the night before now framed the field like a cozy border. I walked around the edge of the marsh carefully, looking for footprints or anything that might explain the red dot. The snow was soft in places, but showed no fresh tracks near the pond. The ground was still frozen hard from the night before. I realized the fear I felt last night probably came from the way the darkness plays tricks on you. Maybe the laser pointer was left behind by kids playing earlier, or some passerby out for a late walk. Or maybe it was just my mind filling in details in the silence. My dog seemed calm now, relaxed as she sniffed the fresh air, completely at ease. Still, I haven't forgotten that night. The way the red light jerked across the ice, the silence that seemed to press on my skin, the way my dog's body tensed, as if warning me about something I couldn't see. I think it was just some guy messing around, or maybe an errant laser pointer someone had dropped. But even now, I wonder if it was something else, someone standing out there, watching us, waiting. And that feeling doesn't go away. It sits in the back of my mind every time I walk that field at night. The safe neighborhood doesn't feel so safe then. The cold air feels sharper. The quiet, heavier. That night, the stars were bright, the snow was deep, and the world was silent, except for a red light shining alone in the darkness, moving like a heartbeat across the frozen marsh. I've worked on North Sea oil rigs off the coast of Scotland for a few years now. It's not a life most people can imagine or want to imagine. The place itself is strange, not in a ghost story way, but just weird. I don't mean weird in the usual sense. It's the kind of place that makes you feel small and alone, even though you're surrounded by metal, machines, and usually a crowd of people. But when the fog rolls in and the wind picks up, it feels like you're cut off from the world completely. I usually work day shifts, but my last trip was the first time I ever did a full night shift on one of the rigs. I had been sent to cover for someone on an ad hoc basis, and the timing landed me on the night shift. At first, I thought it would be easier, less noise, less people, but it turned out to be something else entirely, something more unsettling. The rig itself was a fixed-leg platform, standing like a giant skeleton anchored deep into the sea. It's not one of the newer floating ones. Those sway and move with the waves, but this one is supposed to be solid, steady. At least, that's what they say. But when the wind gets high and the sea rough, you can feel the whole platform shift just slightly. It's almost imperceptible, but your body notices. Your stomach notices. It's like the building is alive and breathing, just beneath the surface. I arrived in the late afternoon, on the last chopper before dark. The ride out was smooth, the sea was calm, and the sky mostly clear. I watched the horizon shrink behind us until only the endless gray of the North Sea remained. The rig was lit up like a city at night by the time we landed, with dozens of lights marking the walkways, cranes, and helideck. Usually, even when the fog sets in, you can see other rigs nearby. They're scattered around like islands in the ocean, lights flickering in the dark. but the weather can change fast. On this trip, by the time I was suited up and starting my shift, the sky had begun to darken with a thick fog rolling in from the west. At first, it was just a thin mist drifting low over the water, but within minutes, it swallowed the rig whole. You couldn't see 6 feet in front of you. The walkways that normally let you look down to the sea below vanished under a blanket of white. The sounds changed too. Everything seemed softer, muffled. Even the roar of the machinery felt distant, like it was underwater. I was assigned to do a routine check around the plant, inspecting valves, gauges, and safety equipment. I was alone. The other crew were mostly in their quarters or control rooms, and it was just after shift change, so everyone was settling in. Walking through the fog, the world shrank down to just a few feet in every direction. The rig's lights cast eerie shadows that vanished into the mist. The steel grating beneath my feet felt slick with moisture, and every step echoed softly. I could hear the sea beneath me, the constant, muffled sound of waves crashing 60 meters below, though I couldn't see it. Sometimes the platform's slight sway made me catch my balance on the railings. Usually, even on night shifts, you run into someone. A tool pusher, an engineer, or someone on patrol. But on this night, I didn't see a single other soul. The usual hum of human activity was missing. The only sounds were the mechanical noises from the plant, the sea, and the wind. It felt like the rig was breathing on its own. As I moved through the walkways, I kept glancing toward the edges of the rig, expecting to see another platform or a ship passing by, but the fog had swallowed everything. A rig I usually see off the starboard side just disappeared, its lights gone as if someone had turned them off. That moment made my skin tighten. There's something unnerving about losing sight of something you know should be there, like the world itself is shifting. I tried to focus on my job. I checked the gauges, jotted notes, inspected joints. But the fog kept closing in, and the swaying grew more noticeable. The rig shouldn't move like that. Fixed-leg platforms are anchored into the sea floor and don't sway like floating rigs. But there was a definite rocking, a slow roll that shifted the whole structure beneath me. My body fought the feeling, my muscles tensed to keep balance as I walked. I reached the far side of the rig, where the helideck sits like a ghostly island in the mist. Normally, it's brightly lit and busy with activity during the day, but now it was quiet and deserted. The fog was so thick here I couldn't even see the edge of the deck. I could hear the distant thrum of the generators, but everything else was swallowed by the white haze. I stepped to the railing, looked down through the grating, but the sea was gone beneath me. Just a gray, silent void. That moment hit me hardest. The realization that beneath my feet was nothing but empty space, and I couldn't see it. Just sound. The muffled, endless crash of water 60 meters down, but no land, no ship, no sign of anything solid. It made me dizzy, like I was floating in the middle of nowhere, suspended above an endless abyss. I took a deep breath, forced my eyes away, and started my walk back toward the living quarters. The rig still swayed beneath me, like it had a heartbeat I couldn't hear but could feel deep in my bones. I passed the control room, but the lights inside were dim and no one was at the consoles. Usually, there's at least a handful of people monitoring the plant, especially at night. The silence was total. Even the radios were quiet, no chatter, no background noise. The isolation hit me then. Not just being far out at sea, but being completely alone on a massive machine floating in the fog. A tiny speck in the vastness of the ocean, with no one around for miles, no way off but the helicopter which wouldn't be coming until morning. I made my rounds through the crew quarters. Doors were closed, lights out. Not a single light on or sound inside. The usual hum of life was gone. It felt like everyone had vanished. I checked the muster station, empty. The mess hall was dark, chairs upturned on tables, no sign anyone had been there recently. I started to feel a creeping unease. The rig, normally noisy and alive with workers, was silent. Even the machines seemed quieter. The usual steady vibration through the floor was almost absent. It was like the rig was holding its breath, waiting for something. The fog didn't let up. It thickened, smothering everything. I pulled my jacket tighter around me as the damp settled in. The wind picked up again, and I could hear it whistling through the vents and around the walkways, sometimes almost like a distant scream. I told myself it was just the wind, but it didn't help. I kept moving. I had to finish my rounds, check the emergency equipment, make sure the systems were functioning, but it was hard to focus. Every step sounded loud and sharp, echoing in the silence. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see a coworker, someone, anyone, but but there was nothing, just the fog and the distant sea. Eventually, I reached the main control room. The head engineer was supposed to be on duty, but the chair was empty. The screens flickered with system data, but no one was there to monitor them. The radios were dead. I grabbed the radio mic and tried the emergency channel. Nothing but static. That's when I realized something was wrong. Not paranormal, not supernatural, just wrong. The rig was supposed to be manned by a full crew. Where was everyone? Had something happened during shift change? Had the crew been evacuated? The chopper I came in on was still scheduled to pick me up in the morning, but I wasn't sure I wanted to wait that long. I decided to check the muster logs and communication systems. The logs showed all personnel on board accounted for, but no one was physically on the rig. No response to calls. No movement on cameras. Just the machinery running, and me. I thought about calling the mainland via satellite phone, but the connection was patchy at best. The fog probably interfered. I tried anyway. After several attempts, the call went through, but the operator said there was no emergency reported and no other flights or vessels nearby. I was alone, completely alone, isolated on a massive, creaking machine surrounded by a sea that stretched forever, swallowed by a thick fog that erased every familiar landmark. I felt the rig sway again, stronger this time, like a living thing shifting beneath me. It wasn't dangerous, I told myself. The platform was built to withstand storms far worse than this. But the feeling of movement when you expect steadiness was deeply unsettling. I spent the rest of the shift pacing the rig, checking systems, and trying to keep my mind focused. The hours crawled by. The fog slowly thinned with the coming dawn, revealing the surrounding rigs and the faint outline of the mainland. The usual voices and noises returned as the crew came back on shift, unaware of my night alone. When the relief crew arrived, they told me the rig had been on low operational status for maintenance, and most people had been evacuated temporarily. There had been a miscommunication about the night shift coverage. I was the only one on the platform that night, completely alone. The whole experience stuck with me, not because anything supernatural happened, but because of the sheer isolation. The North Sea is a strange place, full of power and danger, and when the fog rolls in and the rig sways beneath your feet, it reminds you just how small you really are out there. The college I went to was far from any big city, surrounded on all sides by woods that stretched out like a vast, dark sea of trees. It was the kind of place where you really felt alone if you wanted to, or safe, depending on how you saw it. The campus itself was small, with buildings scattered and a few main roads winding through. But past those roads, it was forest in every direction. Growing up as an Eagle Scout, I had spent a lot of time in woods, camps, hikes, backpacking trips, and college didn't change that. In fact, I took every chance I got to go out and get away from the noise and people. One weekend during the fall semester, I planned a 4-day backpacking trip on the Loyalsock Trail. It's a well-known trail in Pennsylvania, about 50 miles long, and it takes you through some beautiful, wild spots. My friend Mike had never been on a real backpacking trip, just short hikes, so I invited him along to show him what it was like. He was excited, but also a little nervous. I think that was part of the appeal for him, the chance to get out of his comfort zone. We packed light but carefully, just what we needed for 4 days of hiking, camping, and cooking on the trail. I had my survival knife strapped to my pack, and Mike carried a small stove and some food. The first day was pretty easy, just hiking and setting up camp by a small creek near the trail. The air was crisp with that fresh fall smell, wet leaves, pine, earth, and the sun filtered weakly through the thinning canopy of trees. The colors were changing fast, reds and yellows mixed with the brown leaves that had already fallen. By the end of the second day, we'd covered about 20 miles. That afternoon, we found a spot that looked perfect for camping. It was on a small peninsula where a creek met a river, surrounded on 3 sides by water, and the only way in or out was from the trail. The underbrush was thick, like much of Pennsylvania's forest, and I always preferred to camp a bit off the trail, at least 100 meters away, to avoid any chance of running into other hikers and to have some privacy. I didn't mind the extra walk, and Mike thought it was cool. It felt like our own secret place. We set up camp, gathering dry wood for a fire. Mike was still learning how to start one properly, so I helped him out, and soon enough we had a good fire crackling. We cooked our dinner, freeze-dried meals we'd brought, and ate while watching the firelight flicker on the water. The creek and river moved quietly, the water's soft rush a soothing background noise. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly. We put out the fire around midnight. We didn't want to attract any unwanted attention or wildlife. I zipped myself into my tent, hearing Mike do the same nearby. The moon was nearly full, its cold light shining through the bare branches above, casting long, thin shadows across the forest floor littered with dry leaves. The quiet was peaceful, just the occasional rustle of leaves or distant coyote howls, noises I was used to. At first, I tried to sleep, but the cool air and the subtle noises outside kept me awake. I listened to Mike shift in his tent now and then, the soft sound of him turning over, trying to get comfortable. Then, well past the witching hour, I heard something that didn't belong. Voices. They were low and close, too close. I froze for a moment, straining to listen. The voices weren't far away on the trail as I would expect. They sounded like they were inside the forest, almost around our camp. My watch said it was 3 a.m. Who the hell was hiking at this hour? We were 20 miles in, and the only people you usually saw on the trail were daytime hikers or campers setting up before dark. No one would be out wandering in the middle of the night. Slowly, carefully, I slipped out of my sleeping bag and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. Mike was right next to me, doing the same thing. He quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then pointed frantically toward the trail entrance to our campsite. I held my breath and looked. Through the dim moonlight filtering between the trees, I saw 4 figures walking steadily down the narrow dirt trail. 3 men and 1 woman, walking side by side without a single word. They carried no flashlights or lanterns. No gear except for one of the men, who had a backpack slung low on his back. The rest had nothing. It didn't make sense. Anyone planning a long hike on the Loyalsock Trail, especially in the dark, would carry at least a light source. The trail was rough, with rocks, roots, and sudden drops near the river. You wouldn't walk that far without being able to see where you were stepping. And those 4 weren't just passing by. They stopped at the edge of our camp, sitting down around the cold, extinguished fire pit without saying a word. I grabbed my knife from the ground next to my tent, holding it tightly. It was small but sharp, a survival knife I'd used for years. I wasn't expecting to have to defend myself with it, but at the moment, it was my only weapon. I tried to keep calm, telling myself that maybe they were just tired hikers looking for some rest. Mike finally whispered, breaking the silence, and asked what they were doing here. They didn't answer. Instead, one of the men asked if we had any food. I felt a quick rush of unease. We'd only packed a few extra meals, just in case. I grabbed one and tossed it to them. They caught it without a word and started eating quietly. Trying to sound normal, I asked why they weren't using any lights, if they needed help finding the trail, or why they were out so late. They gave strange answers. We don't use lights. We know where the trail is. It's better to hike late at night. Those words hung in the air, chilling in their calm, almost rehearsed tone. It didn't feel right. My instincts told me to be careful, to watch them closely. Mike finally told them to leave. The reply was an invitation to light the fire and hang out. We both shook our heads quickly, making it clear we didn't want that. Without another word, they got up, collected their things, and started back the way they came. We stayed awake the rest of the night, taking turns watching the camp to make sure they didn't come back. Every shadow, every crackle of a twig set us on edge. It was a long, restless night. When the sun finally rose, we both felt exhausted, but safer. The strange encounter still weighed on us. In the light, the woods looked friendly again. Warm sun filtering through the trees, birds calling, the peaceful flow of the creek. It felt almost like a dream, except for the evidence left behind. A fuzzy cap, dark green and worn, lying near the fire pit where they'd sat. I packed up, and we continued the hike, but neither of us spoke much about that night. The rest of the trip went smoothly, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Even years later, the memory stayed vivid. The silence of those strangers, their strange behavior, and how easily they'd slipped into our camp. I haven't been back to the Loyalsock Trail since, and I don't plan to. The woods are beautiful and full of life, but that trip reminded me that sometimes the scariest thing isn't the animals or the dark, but people. People who show up where you don't expect, who don't follow the rules, who don't seem to care about anyone else. And when you find them in the woods, it's hard not to feel like you're in danger. That night taught me something important. Trust your gut, always. The woods can be peaceful, but they're also a place where you need to stay alert, because you never know who might be out there with you. Even in a place as familiar as a trail you've walked a dozen times, something can feel off, and it pays to listen. I still have that cap. It sits on a shelf in my apartment, a reminder that some stories from the woods aren't about animals or nature, but the strange, unsettling encounters you don't forget. Even now, I get a little uneasy thinking about those 4 people, walking silently through the night, showing up where no one should be, carrying nothing but the weight of their silence. That's the real fear out there. Not shadows or howls, but the unknown people walking quietly just beyond your sight. I'm now 40, but back when I was 14 or 15, I spent a few weeks at my uncle's chalet way deep in the wilderness north of Quebec. Getting there took what felt like forever, hours of driving on bumpy gravel roads, then a long hike, and finally crossing a narrow, rickety bridge over a river that split the terrain like a vein of cold, clear water running through the wild. There was no civilization anywhere near that place, no neighbors for miles. Just forest, mountains, and the river. The silence was so thick you could almost hear your own heartbeat. I loved that place. My uncle had left it to my parents for those few weeks, and I got to stay there alone sometimes, or with my family. The terrain was huge, acres of dense trees, moss-covered rocks, and open clearings where sunlight streamed down in patches. But the best part was the river. It was cold, pure mountain water, crystal clear and fast. The current was so strong in some places that I couldn't stand against it. The water around my torso, maybe 4 feet deep, would pull me downstream if I tried. One afternoon, I grabbed my floating board, a cheap inflatable thing, nothing fancy, and decided I was going to hike along the riverbank for a long stretch, maybe a few hours, and then jump on the board and let the current carry me back to the chalet. It sounded like a fun adventure, a way to explore more of that wilderness without having to hike back through the thick forest. I wasn't thinking much about what might be lurking in the woods. Up to that point, I had seen plenty of wildlife, deer mostly, and a couple of brown bears at a safe distance. Bears can be scary if you get too close, but they usually keep to themselves. None of that worried me that day. I started walking along the river, following the shoreline as it curved in and out around rocky ledges and fallen trees. The air was crisp and smelled of pine and wet earth. Birds sang in the canopy above, squirrels darted up tree trunks, and somewhere in the distance a woodpecker hammered rhythmically. I moved slow enough to take it all in, stepping carefully over roots and mossy rocks to avoid twisting an ankle. The river rushed beside me, white water churning over submerged stones, the cold spray refreshing on my face. After a while, I spotted something that made me stop. Across the river, near the opposite shore, a tiny brown shape was lapping at the water. It was a baby bear, just a little cub, probably not more than a few months old. It looked so small and innocent, hunched over the bank, drinking quietly. My heart softened. The sight was almost cute. But then I remembered what I'd heard about mother bears always being close to their cubs and how fiercely protective they are. I scanned the trees nearby, and sure enough, a larger bear, the mother, stepped out from the bushes, her dark eyes locking onto me for a moment. I froze. The mother bear was massive, easily twice the size of the cub. Her fur was thick and ragged in places, and her breath came in slow, heavy puffs. For a moment, she looked right at me. I could see the muscles in her shoulders tense, the glint of claws that could tear through wood like paper. But then she seemed to decide I wasn't a threat. Maybe my small, wet figure at the edge of the river was no competition. And she turned away, disappearing back into the forest with her cub trailing behind. Relief washed over me, but a little unease settled in my chest too. I kept walking for hours, following the riverbank as it twisted through the wilderness. The sun climbed higher, and then started its slow descent by the time I reached a part of the shore where the trees and underbrush grew thick, tangled branches making the path nearly impossible to pass without pushing through. The river here was wider and deeper, the water darkened by shadows, swirling fast with no safe place to jump in and float back. I wanted to stay close to the river to keep my bearings, but the brush was so dense I had to step away from the shore and walk a few meters into the forest. I could still see the river through the gaps in the branches on my left, just glimpses of the water's dark sheen reflecting the fading light. The forest floor was soft underfoot, covered in fallen leaves and broken twigs. The air smelled of damp wood and decaying plants. Then I heard it, something on my right. At first, I didn't even turn. The forest is full of sounds. The rustle of small animals, the creak of branches swaying in the wind, birds calling to each other. I was used to all of it, but then everything stopped. No birdsong, no wind, no rustling in the bushes, just silence. It wasn't a peaceful silence, though. It felt heavy, like the air had thickened and squeezed tight around me. My skin prickled, and my heart thudded so loudly I thought it might burst out of my chest. I froze where I stood. The feeling of dread crept over me like cold water seeping into my bones. Slowly, I turned my head toward the right. About 15 feet away, I saw a huge black shape standing perfectly still. Two glowing yellow eyes stared right at me, unblinking. The thing didn't move, and neither did I. I could barely breathe. It was a wolf. A massive wolf, larger than any I'd ever seen, bigger than even the mother bear from earlier. Its fur was pitch black, blending into the shadows around it, making it look like a living shadow. Its eyes burned like tiny fireflies in the dark. It just stood there, watching me with an intensity that froze me to the spot. The only thing I could think of was something strange I had seen once when one of my cats was outside hunting. The cat had suddenly gone completely still, as if frozen in place, and then slowly started creeping toward a bird before darting in to catch it. That quiet, motionless waiting, the perfect silence before the strike. That's exactly what this wolf was doing. But this time, I was the bird. My eyes flicked to the left, where the river was maybe 10 feet away, but between me and the water were thick branches and bushes that made it hard to move straight through. Panic took over. I didn't think anymore. I turned and sprinted through the underbrush, not caring about the branches that lashed my face and arms or the thorny bushes that scratched my legs. I heard nothing behind me, no growl, no footsteps, but I didn't dare look back. I plunged into the river, the cold water shocking me all over, soaking me instantly. I kicked hard to get to the middle, where the current was strongest. The river grabbed me and swept me away. I let go of my floating board, clutching it as the water dragged me downstream. The current was wild, pulling me along fast, carrying me past bends and under fallen logs. The sound of the rushing water filled my ears, drowning out everything else. I don't know if the wolf followed me or if I scared it off. I never looked back. After what felt like forever, the river slowed, and I could see the chalet on the shore ahead, my safe place. I paddled hard to reach the bank, dragging myself out of the cold water, shivering and trembling. My clothes were soaked, my skin numb, but I was alive. Later, I told my uncle about the huge wolf I saw. He laughed it off, saying in all the years he'd been at that place, he never saw a single wolf. He insisted there were none in that area, that maybe it was my imagination. But I knew what I saw. Sometimes, even now when I'm back in the forest or near rivers, I catch glimpses of those glowing yellow eyes watching me from the shadows. They're smaller than that wolf's eyes, but just as cold and unblinking. They remind me that the wilderness is home to creatures we don't understand, creatures that wait silently and watch us with patient hunger. And they remind me how close I came to being their prey. I was out in the woods behind our farm with my dad, fixing fences. It was the middle of a bright afternoon in late spring, the kind of day where the sun filters down through the leaves and the air feels warm but not heavy. The ground was soft from a couple of recent rains, and everything smelled fresh, the kind of smell you get when the earth is still damp and the trees are green and full. We'd been at it for a while, walking along the fence line, pulling old wire tight and replacing broken posts. The woods stretched out on both sides, thick with oak and hickory trees, some maples too, their leaves fluttering gently in a light breeze. Birds were chirping here and there, and somewhere off to the east, a creek gurgled quietly through the underbrush. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet that only a farm's backwoods can have. Not dead silent, but alive with small sounds that you barely notice unless you pay attention. We were about halfway down the fence line when I noticed it. At first, I thought it was just another branch, but then I saw the shape, a large bird, sitting high up on a limb, maybe 12 feet above us. It was a great horned owl, unmistakable even from a distance. Its feathers were mottled brown and gray, blending in perfectly with the bark around it. The eyes were sharp and yellow, locked onto us with an intensity that made my skin crawl just a little. The owl didn't move at first. It just sat there watching us. Dad noticed it too and gave me a nod, silent but clear. Just keep working, don't make a fuss. We didn't want to scare it off, but there was something strange about how close it was. Usually, these owls are shy. especially during the day. They're night hunters, after all. But this one stayed right there, just above us on the branch. We kept moving slowly along the fence, replacing broken rails and tightening the wire, all the while glancing up at the owl. It didn't leave. It followed us. Every time we moved to a new spot, it would fly ahead a short distance and land on another limb directly above where we were working. Not once did it lose sight of us. Sometimes it would cock its head slightly, as if studying us, or shift its wings to balance on the branch. The feathers around its face were fluffed out, giving it an almost regal look. The weird thing was how patient it was. We must have spent close to half an hour under that owl's watchful eyes. I tried to stay calm and focused on my work, but every now and then I felt that chill run down my back, like being watched by something ancient, something that belonged deep in these woods. Dad worked quietly too, but I could tell he was feeling it as well. There was a tension in the air that you don't usually notice on a day like this. The sunlight filtered through the branches in dappled patterns, casting shadows that shifted with the breeze. The owl's presence seemed to slow time down a bit. Each of its movements was deliberate and quiet, a sharp contrast to the occasional creak of the fence or the rustle of leaves underfoot. The only sound louder than the soft wind was the occasional call of a distant crow or the rustling of squirrels in the canopy above. When we finally finished fixing the last section of the fence, we gathered our tools and started walking back to the truck. The sun had moved lower in the sky, the afternoon stretching out longer than I had realized. As we walked, I kept looking up, half expecting the owl to be gone. But then, just a few steps ahead, right in the middle of our path, I spotted it, a baby owl, about the size of a football, perched awkwardly on a low branch maybe 5 or 6 feet off the ground. It looked so small and fragile compared to the big adult that had been watching us. Its feathers were fluffy and soft, more mottled than the adult's, and its eyes were wide and innocent, blinking slowly as it took in the world around it. I froze for a moment, caught off guard by how close it was. The baby didn't make a sound, just stayed still on the branch, watching us as if unsure what to make of the sudden visitors in its quiet world. Then the adult came in from behind. It flew silently down to the same branch as the baby, landing with a soft rustle of feathers. The way it moved was so smooth and purposeful, like it was gliding on air. Once it settled next to the chick, it turned slightly and leaned in, as if nuzzling or shielding the baby with its large body. The feathers around the adult's neck fluffed up a bit, and it spread its wings slightly, creating a barrier between us and the chick. It was a clear message. Don't come any closer. Stay back. I felt a sudden respect for the bird's protective instinct. It wasn't aggressive, but it was firm and clear. We weren't welcome near the baby owl's space. Dad and I exchanged a glance, unspoken agreement passing between us to back off. We turned slowly and quietly, not wanting to disturb them more than we already had. Instead of going back the way we came, we chose a different path, winding carefully through the woods, keeping low and quiet. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, making the shadows longer and the woods darker, but the soft light still filtered through, giving everything a gentle glow. The sounds of the forest seemed to grow louder as the day ended. The chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, and the distant call of birds settling in for the night. As we walked back to the truck, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched again, but this time it was different. It wasn't uncomfortable or threatening. It was almost like the owl was still there, keeping an eye on us from somewhere high above, making sure we left its family alone. When we reached the truck and loaded up our tools, I took one last look back toward the woods. The great horned owl was nowhere to be seen now. The forest was quiet again, the kind of quiet that feels deep and full of life all at once. I felt lucky to have been that close to something so wild and so protective. It was one of the craziest but coolest experiences I've ever had, and something I'll never forget. The woods had shown me a small part of their secret life that day. Not many people get to see a great horned owl up close, especially one watching over its baby with such quiet strength. It reminded me how wild and alive this place really is, and how careful you have to be when you step into its world. That afternoon stayed with me for a long time, not just the work we did fixing the fence, but the way the owl moved, the way it watched, and the silent warning it gave us. It was a moment of respect between two different kinds of creatures sharing the same land. I left the woods feeling like I understood a little more about the life that goes on just beyond the edge of the farm, where nature still rules quietly and fiercely. And that's how I learned to always watch the sky when I'm out in those woods, because you never know who or what might be watching you back. We had been camping in the El Dorado National Forest for years, but there was this one spot along Sopiago Springs that me and my friends kept coming back to. It was deep in the woods, far enough from any roads or other people to feel completely isolated. The kind of place where you can hear every leaf drop and every twig snap, and it's just you, the forest, and your thoughts. We always found it peaceful, sometimes even too peaceful. One weekend, we decided to push it a little further. We planned a 3-day foraging trip, figuring we'd live off the land as much as possible. We brought some MREs just in case we couldn't find anything to eat, a couple of rifles for safety and hunting, and the basics for setting up a camp, a tarp, some rope, sleeping bags, and fire starters. We wanted to keep it light and simple. No distractions, no heavy packs. Just us in the forest. The first night was pretty normal, maybe even better than usual. We got the fire going just before dark, cooking a bunch of crawdads we'd caught from the spring, and a squirrel one of my buddies managed to shoot earlier in the day. The crackle of the fire mixed with the sounds of the night, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. We drank some beers we'd brought along, laughing quietly, swapping stories. Everything felt easy and right. We were tired but satisfied. When we finally crawled into our sleeping bags, the fire still smoldering beside us, I felt that deep peace you get when you're miles from everything and everyone. The forest was alive but friendly. But the next day was different. From the moment I woke up, something felt off. Like the forest had shifted in some way overnight, or maybe I had. The air felt heavier, and the usual chorus of birdsong and critters was missing. The woods were dead silent. No squirrels chittering in the trees, no woodpeckers knocking on bark, no buzzing insects. Just silence. You could almost hear the forest holding its breath. One of my friends who was with me and I had had some bad experiences in this area before. Nothing we ever talked about much, but enough that when I felt this sudden silence, I immediately thought back to those times. It wasn't the normal quiet you expect when the forest is asleep or the wind dies down. This was different. This silence had a weight to it. It felt like the forest was watching, waiting, and whatever was out there wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. I grew up in the woods, and I know how to read the signs of a predator, but this was something else. We spent the day wandering along the creek, looking for edible plants and catching more crawdads. The sun was bright, and the forest looked beautiful, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Every so often, I'd catch a movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow between the trees or a flicker of something slipping behind a bush. I told myself it was just my imagination, nerves playing tricks after hearing those creepy stories from before. As night fell, the air turned cold and damp. My friends decided to head about 200 yards upstream to check out another spot they'd found earlier. They told me to hold down the camp while they explored. I stayed behind, feeling a knot in my stomach tighten with every second. The fire was small at first, but I started piling on more wood until it was roaring. I wanted the light and the heat to keep me safe, keep whatever was out there at bay. I grabbed one of the rifles, checked the safety, and kept it close, ready if anything came near. That's when I started hearing the voices. They were faint at first, low murmurs from deep in the woods opposite the direction my friends had gone. The voices weren't clear, more like whispers or indistinct sounds that floated through the trees. I strained my ears, trying to make sense of them, but it was impossible. The voices felt wrong, not human in a normal way. They weren't shouting or calling out, just faint, eerie noises that seemed to crawl into my bones. The worst part, my friends had taken the only 2 flashlights with them. We'd all forgotten to bring headlamps or extra light sources, and now I was stuck with nothing but the fire to keep the darkness at bay. The forest beyond the flickering glow of the flames was thick blackness. I sat on a log, rifle across my lap, eyes glued to the tree line. That's when I saw it, something moving about 50 yards out. I froze, heart pounding. The thing moved on all 4s, but wasn't an animal I'd ever seen. Its arms were way longer than normal, dragging almost to the ground. It had a hunched posture, kind of like an ape or some weird feral creature, but I couldn't see any hair or fur, and the outline was thin, almost skeletal. It didn't look like any bear or cougar. The way it moved was unnatural, slow and deliberate. It barely made a sound but disappeared quickly, slipping deeper into the trees. After that, I didn't see it again, but I kept hearing movement. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling just beyond the firelight, always in the direction opposite my friends. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow felt alive. It was stalking me. I was sure of it. I kept the fire blazing, scanning the dark, waiting, every muscle tense. 10 minutes later, my friends came back. They looked shaken. They said they'd heard the same creepy sounds and voices while they were up the creek, and it scared them enough to turn back early. They didn't say much else. The fear was written all over their faces. That night, we made a huge fire, big enough to light up a circle around us. We took turns keeping watch, each of us with a gun in hand, eyes peeled for any movement. No one slept. The forest seemed alive, but not in a friendly way. It was oppressive, like the trees themselves were closing in, watching us with something dark and patient. We didn't talk much. No jokes or stories. Just silence broken by the crackling fire and the occasional rustle or snap from the woods. The cold crept in, but we stayed close to the fire, shivering more from nerves than temperature. Morning couldn't come fast enough. At first light, we packed up everything with shaky hands. We didn't take time to cook breakfast or explore like we usually did. We broke camp as fast as we could and got out of there. We never went back to that spot. None of us wanted to talk about what we saw or heard, but I could see it in their eyes, the same fear I felt. Whatever was in those woods wasn't an animal I recognized, and it sure as hell wasn't friendly. I kept thinking about those long arms, the unnatural way it moved, the way the forest fell silent around it. The whole trip stuck with me for weeks. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear those faint voices and see that dark outline just beyond the firelight. It was the kind of fear that doesn't go away with distance or time, something primal and real. Even now, years later, I don't know what we encountered out there along Sopiago Springs, but I know one thing. The forest was alive that night, and it wasn't happy we were there. The way it watched me, stalked me. It was a predator far older and stranger than anything I'd ever faced in the woods before, and it made sure I remembered. When I was a teenager, I spent a week visiting my aunt and cousins who lived out in the middle of nowhere, in a tiny town called Eager, Arizona. It's this quiet little place nestled up near the border of New Mexico, not far from the spot where the movie Fire in the Sky was based on. The kind of town where the nearest neighbor is miles away, and the sky stretches out wide and endless, lit up by stars you don't get to see in the city. I was always fascinated by stories about alien abductions. I would read everything I could find, watch documentaries, and watch movies late into the night, my mind spinning with possibilities about what could be out there beyond our world. It was a weird obsession, but it felt like a secret part of me, something I kept close but didn't really share with many people. Along with that, I suffered from sleep paralysis. It was terrifying sometimes, waking up unable to move or open my eyes, trapped inside my own body, the silence broken only by the pounding of my heart and the slow creeping feeling of panic. I had never told anyone, mostly because I was embarrassed and afraid they'd think I was crazy. The house where my aunt lived was an old wooden cabin, nestled on a dirt road that was barely marked on any map. The property was surrounded by pine trees, and at night, the woods seemed to close in, making the little house feel even smaller and lonelier. Inside, it was cozy but creaky, the kind of place that made noises that you couldn't quite explain, like the wind sneaking through the cracks or the house settling after the heat of the day faded away. My cousins were younger than me, so after they went to bed, I usually had the run of the place. I loved that quiet. It gave me time to think and watch my favorite shows. One night, after everyone was asleep, I stayed up late in the living room. The house was dark except for the flickering light of the TV screen. I had found this alien abduction movie, something like the Blair Witch Project, but about aliens. The film was grainy and shaky, the kind of found footage style that made it feel eerily real. I was hooked. I sat in this big, worn recliner that sagged just enough to feel like I was sinking into it, the fabric rough against my skin, the armrests creaky when I moved. I was completely absorbed, my eyes glued to the screen as strange shadows and static flickered over the images. The silence of the house was thick, broken only by the soft hum of the TV and the occasional creak from the floorboards. Every now and then, I'd catch the faint sound of a pine branch scraping against the window, or the low whistle of the wind outside. The smell of the cabin was familiar, a mix of old wood, pine needles, and the faint scent of leftover food from dinner. I felt completely alone, wrapped in the kind of quiet that made every small noise feel amplified. I remember the feeling creeping over me as the movie went on, this mix of excitement and unease. The way the footage jumped from night vision to shaky handheld camera angles made my pulse quicken. I knew it was all made up, but it still sent a chill down my spine. I was so deep into the story, imagining what it would be like if something like that happened out here, in a place so far removed from everything. Then suddenly I heard it. A sound behind me, soft but distinct. At first, I thought maybe it was just the wind again or a branch scraping the window, but something about it was different this time. It was closer. Something shifted in the room. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I froze. My heart hammered loudly in my chest, loud enough I was sure it would echo through the silence. Slowly, ever so slowly, I turned my head around. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. There, just a few feet away, was a figure. A goddamn alien, staring at me. Big, black eyes that seemed to glisten in the low light, an elongated head, skinny body. Everything from the movies and my nightmares rolled into one terrifying shape. It was motionless, just standing there silently, its presence filling the room with a cold, heavy feeling. I don't even think I screamed at first. I just jumped straight up in the air, my chair tipping backward with a loud clatter as I scrambled out of it. My whole body shook with adrenaline and fear, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. My mind was racing, caught between disbelief and terror. Was this real? Was I losing my mind? I stumbled backward, eyes wide, hands shaking as I turned on the lamp near the TV to flood the room with light. That's when I realized what it really was. The alien was actually a half-inflated balloon, left over from my cousin's birthday party that afternoon. The balloon was shaped like one of those classic alien heads, and in the dim light, with its smooth, shiny surface, it had somehow taken on a life of its own. It was propped up awkwardly in the corner of the room, partially draped over a chair, its crinkled neck giving it this eerie, twisted look. I laughed, though it was still shaky and nervous, my heart pounding as I reached out to grab it. The balloon sagged under my touch, deflating even further as I picked it up. The absurdity of the situation hit me all at once. How could I have been so scared of a dumb balloon? I felt foolish but relieved, the tension leaving my body in waves. I set the balloon aside and sat back down, shaking my head. But the experience stuck with me. Even after I convinced myself it was nothing, I kept glancing over at the corner where the balloon had been, half expecting it to move again or for something else to appear. The quiet house, the darkness, the strange atmosphere of being out in the middle of nowhere, all of it combined to make that balloon look far more terrifying than it was. The rest of the night, I stayed with the TV on a low volume, flickering images helping to keep the shadows at bay. I thought about sleep paralysis, about the way my mind played tricks on me in the dark, and about the stories I loved to read and watch. Maybe it was the loneliness of the place or the weight of the night pressing in on me, but I realized how easily fear could creep into the smallest things. By the time morning came, the sun filtering through the windows in soft golden light, the balloon was just a silly reminder of how powerful imagination can be. My aunt's house felt warm and safe again. I packed up my things, ready to leave that strange little town behind. But I never forgot that night. The night I thought I was face to face with something from another world, only to be scared by a simple birthday balloon. It was a lesson in fear, in how the mind can twist reality when you're alone and vulnerable. And even though I was a kid who loved alien stories and weird mysteries, that night reminded me to always question what I thought I saw, because sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but just the tricks our own eyes and mind play on us in the dark. Wednesday, August 3rd, 2016, 1:40 p.m. The Siege of Vicksburg battlefield. After arriving in Vicksburg, Mississippi, I checked in at my hotel, a modest place not far from the river. The town had a quiet, heavy feel, like it was carrying the weight of history on its shoulders. I was here for a long weekend, hoping to soak in some history and maybe get a few good photographs for a project I was working on. The hotel clerk was friendly enough, but there was something in the way he glanced toward the window that made me feel like the town was watching me back, a subtle kind of awareness. Once I settled into my room, I grabbed my camera bag and decided to head out for a tour of the Vicksburg National Military Park. I'd read about the Siege of Vicksburg, the pivotal Civil War battle that had split the Confederacy and given control of the Mississippi River to the Union. I wanted to see the battlefield for myself, to walk the same ground, to feel if I could somehow grasp the reality beneath the layers of earth and time. The park entrance was just a few miles from the hotel. I pulled up slowly through the gates, the price of admission already paid, $12, which felt fair for the size and historical importance of the place. The road was lined on both sides by monuments, towering statues of soldiers frozen in mid-action, plaques embedded in stone, and markers that bore the names of the dead, generals, privates, officers, etched with dates and ranks, telling stories of courage and loss. It was solemn. The weight of all those lives hung in the air. I drove carefully, eyes scanning the markers, the low rolling hills, and the deep lines in the earth where trenches and fortifications once cut through. The afternoon sun was warm but not overpowering, casting long shadows as it moved westward. The air smelled faintly of pine and earth, mixed with something harder to place, the metallic tang of old gunpowder or something like it. After a while, I reached a spot where a large Civil War cannon stood just off the road. It was made of dark metal, pitted and scarred from decades of weather, yet still imposing. The barrel pointed outward, past a thick cluster of trees, and brush toward the direction where enemy lines would have been during the siege. I stopped the car, stepped out, and walked over to it. I took a moment to absorb the view. The trees there were dense, thick with leaves rustling softly in the slight breeze. Underneath, the underbrush was tangled and shadowed, an almost impenetrable wall of green. I raised my camera and began snapping photos of the cannon from different angles, trying to capture the contrast of the old war machine against the vibrant life of the forest. Then, as I focused on the trees just beyond the cannon, something caught my eye. I froze. To my right, just a few yards away, standing almost motionless among the brush, was a figure in a Union blue uniform. The color was unmistakable: the faded blue jacket, the slouch hat, the leather cartridge box strapped at his side. He held a rifle in his hands. The way he stood was rigid, as if waiting for orders or scanning for danger. But what stunned me most was that I could see right through him. He was translucent, like a flickering image, a ghostly imprint. His edges were blurred, but distinct enough to show every detail of the uniform and gear. He took a slow, careful step forward, and then he simply vanished into the trees. He didn't look at me, didn't react to my presence. It was as if he was frozen in some moment from long ago, repeating a motion that had been burned into the land. My heart pounded. I fumbled for my phone and started dictating the facts into the voice memo app, knowing I wouldn't have internet access later that night to upload or research. I described the figure, the uniform, the surroundings, everything I saw and felt. I stayed by the cannon for a few more minutes, looking carefully around, half expecting to see him again, but there was nothing. The woods were still, just the faint noise of leaves and distant birds. I walked back to my car, feeling a strange mix of awe and unease. As I drove slowly back through the park, I couldn't shake the feeling that the ground beneath me wasn't just earth and gravel. It was memory, pain, and history layered over itself. The soldier I saw wasn't some spooky apparition. He was a trace, a remnant of a moment when men fought and died right here. It wasn't supernatural. It was a residual impression left in time. Back at the hotel that evening, I sat down and reviewed my photos. The images of the cannon were clear, but nothing showed the figure. My phone's voice memo, however, captured my nervous breathing and the shaky urgency in my voice as I tried to describe what I'd seen. I kept thinking about the soldier as I drifted off to sleep. I imagined him standing guard through the decades, caught in the loop of his final moments on that battlefield. The next day, I returned to the park, walking the trails rather than driving. The air felt heavier under the canopy of trees, the sounds more muted. I passed more monuments, read inscriptions, and looked out over the battlefield from the high ground. There was no other sign of the soldier, but I didn't doubt what I'd seen. This wasn't some ghost story or campfire tale. It was history itself, quietly imprinting itself on the landscape, waiting for someone to notice. When I left Vicksburg, I carried with me a deep respect, not just for the men who fought here, but for the weight that history holds, how it lives and breathes in places like this, shaping the present without fanfare or spectacle. That soldier in blue was a reminder. Not a ghost, but a mark left on the world, a whisper of the past that I was lucky enough to witness. It was the first time I saw something like that, and I doubt it will ever happen again, but I'll never forget it. Sitting on the worn-out couch, the scratchy fabric sticking a little to my jeans. I was 8 years old and bundled up in a thick sweater that my mom had knitted. It was deep winter in the middle of nowhere, really nowhere. We were on top of a mountain in Appalachia, the nearest town miles and miles away, and I knew this was no place for anyone who wanted company or quick help. The snow outside was fresh, soft and silent, blanketing everything in a dull, muffled white. The wind was mostly still that night, only the occasional whisper through the trees, making the world outside seem even more still and vast. My dad and I were watching a show called Sightings, some old TV series from the 90s about alien encounters. I remember how the eerie music and strange stories made me nervous. The faces on the screen were pale, eyes wide, telling stories about things that didn't belong here, things no one could explain. I tried to keep my eyes on the screen, but my heart was pounding. I was small and scared, and the night outside felt heavy and full of shadows. The house was quiet except for the low hum of the TV and the soft crackle of the wood stove, somewhere else in the room, warming the air. Then, out of nowhere, a sound shattered the stillness. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp taps on the window right beside the couch. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was pitch black outside, so black that I couldn't see anything beyond the frosted glass, but something was definitely there. Something was knocking. My dad must have heard it too because he tensed up immediately. He looked at me, eyes serious and calm in a way that told me I wasn't supposed to panic, but I was terrified. "Sit right there," he said quietly, nodding towards the couch. He pointed to the telephone on the small wooden table next to me, the old-fashioned kind with a long, curly cord that stretched across the room. "Don't move. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, you call the police." His voice was steady, but I could see the tightness in his jaw. He grabbed the big mag light from the shelf near the door, the kind with a heavy handle and a bright beam, and slipped on his boots. I watched him open the door, the cold rushing in and making the inside air bite at my skin. He shut the door carefully behind him, locking it with a loud click that echoed in the silence. Then he was gone, stepping out into the dark. The house suddenly felt huge and empty without him. I sat perfectly still, my fingers gripping the armrest so tightly they went numb. I could hear the wind brushing against the walls, the occasional creak of the old wood settling, and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Outside, I imagined whatever it was, standing just beyond the window, waiting or watching. The snow lay thick and untouched, and I thought about how long it had been since anything or anyone had been here. Minutes ticked by slowly. I stared at the telephone. The cord was long, but it stretched all the way across the room to the phone jack in the wall. I knew I had to be ready. My fingers hovered over the receiver. 5 minutes felt like an hour. Finally, I heard the crunch of snow and boots on the porch. The door unlocked and swung open quietly. Dad came back inside, his mag light off now, the beam swallowed by the room. He looked calm but tired, like he hadn't slept all night. He sat down in his favorite chair and rubbed his hands together, trying to warm them. His breath made tiny clouds in the cold air. "It was probably just an animal," he said, brushing off the tension with a small smile. But I could tell he wasn't sure. Maybe a raccoon or something. But I had seen the window. I knew it wasn't a raccoon knocking. And raccoons don't knock like a person. After a few minutes, he stood and walked over to the phone. He picked up the receiver and went into the next room, the cord stretching behind him. I could hear his low voice through the wall as he called his best friend, someone who lived a bit down the mountain. I sat quietly, pretending to watch the TV, but every word from his side of the phone made me listen harder. "I'm telling you," he said, voice low and urgent. There was a knock like someone was knocking to be let in, but there were no footprints in the snow. Nothing, just the knock. That sentence hung in the air long after the call ended. No footprints. That meant whoever, or whatever, was outside hadn't come across the snow. They hadn't walked up to the window. That made the knocking even more impossible. How could something knock on the window without footprints in the snow? The snow had fallen hours before, and there wasn't a single mark. It was like the knocking came from nowhere. I tried to think of all the animals or people I knew who could have done that. No one lived close enough to walk there without leaving tracks. No one would come here in the middle of a cold winter night just to knock. The woods around us were thick and deep, full of deer trails, but no clear paths for people. The nearest neighbor was 45 miles away, and the only way in or out was a narrow, winding mountain road that even the trucks sometimes avoided in bad weather. Dad stayed up with me that night. He kept the mag light close, and checked the doors and windows again. He was quiet, alert, not saying much, but I knew he was thinking hard. The whole night, I kept looking out the window, trying to see something, anything. But it was still dark and empty. No shapes, no shadows, just the snow, perfect and untouched. The next day, we walked outside together, just after sunrise. The world had changed under the morning light. The snow glistened, covering everything like a thick blanket. I scanned every inch of the ground near the house, but there were no footprints. None at all. No marks near the window. No broken branches, or signs someone had moved through the snow. Dad shook his head. It's like whoever it was, they didn't walk here. He looked tired but serious. He said he'd keep his friend close by for a few days, just in case. We didn't talk much about it after that. But I never forgot the way the knocking sounded, like someone waiting patiently to be let inside. And the silence outside, so deep and complete, with no sign of who had been there. Years later, even now in my late 30s, I still think about that night. It doesn't feel like a dream or a story from a movie. It feels real, too real. The idea that something could come knocking without leaving footprints, in a place so remote, with nothing but fresh snow all around, is still terrifying. The world felt wide and wild up there on that mountain, and some things just don't make sense. Whatever it was, it never came back. But I never stopped wondering who, or what, it was, and what it wanted on that cold winter night. It was a quiet summer when I stayed at my grandparents' house. They lived way out in the countryside, miles away from any town or neighborhood. The house sat at the end of a narrow, dirt road that twisted through thick woods on both sides. The kind of place where you didn't see many cars, and sometimes the only sounds were birds and the wind rustling through the trees. It felt peaceful and safe most of the time, but there was this one evening that stuck in my mind, making me feel uneasy for a long time after. I was about 10 years old then, spending my summer vacation with my grandparents. They were the kindest people you could imagine, always patient, always busy with their garden or fixing things around the house. The house itself was old, but sturdy. It had a wide porch with a swing where I liked to sit and read, and a big kitchen where Grandma made the best chocolate chip cookies I ever tasted. The living room had a crackling fireplace, and my grandpa had a big armchair he would sit in after dinner, reading the newspaper or watching the evening news on a small TV. Because the house was so far out, there wasn't much to do around. No stores nearby, no neighbors close enough to walk to. The road that led to their place was a dead end. If you drove all the way down it, you'd come to the house, and then just forest beyond. The only way to get there was to come from the main road, which connected to the nearest town about 10 miles away. I remember Grandpa telling me that no one ever used the road except people who lived on it, or visitors who had been there before. One evening, just before sunset, while Grandpa and Grandma were outside watering the flowers, I was inside the kitchen finishing a glass of milk. The front doorbell rang, a sound so rare in that place that it made me jump. I wasn't used to visitors. Most days were quiet and uneventful. Grandpa went to the door, and I followed, curious. Outside stood a man I had never seen before. He looked normal enough at first, wearing a plain jacket and jeans, not too old, maybe in his 30s. But there was something about him that didn't feel right. He wasn't smiling or polite like most visitors. His eyes looked sharp, almost too focused, and he didn't seem to want to talk much. He asked Grandpa for directions to town. That's when things started feeling off. My grandparents' house was at the very end of the road, and the only way in or out was through that same town. So, if this man was asking for directions, it was strange because he had to come from the town to get there. It made no sense that he didn't know how to get back. My grandpa, always calm, pointed the man down the road in the direction of the town and told him to follow the main road to get there. The man said thanks, and instead of getting back into his car, he suddenly turned and ran off toward the woods. Not a slow walk, but a fast, almost desperate run, disappearing into the thick trees without looking back. Grandpa and Grandma exchanged worried glances, calling out after him, but he didn't stop. They quickly closed the door and locked it. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest, watching as the man vanished into the shadows of the forest. For a moment, I thought maybe he was lost or in trouble, but then I remembered the car parked right there in their driveway. It was a beaten-up old sedan, rusted in places and clearly abandoned. The man had left it there and just ran off into the woods. It didn't make any sense. Grandpa immediately went back inside to call the police. Grandma checked all the locks and closed the curtains. I sat quietly, my legs shaking slightly, staring out the window where the woods started, wondering what was out there now. The cops came out that night. They looked around, checking the driveway and the surrounding area, but there was no sign of the man. No footprints leading away from the driveway, except where he ran into the woods. They told my grandparents they'd send patrols to search the area, but it was dense forest and hard to search thoroughly. The officers said sometimes people who wanted to disappear into the woods could do it easily, especially if they knew the area well. The car stayed in the driveway for days. My grandparents didn't want to touch it, worried about what might be inside or if it was involved in something bad. The police eventually towed it away for inspection, but it came back with no evidence of anything illegal. No stolen goods, no weapons, no signs of a struggle. The whole situation was baffling. In the days that followed, nothing else happened. No more strange people, no noises in the woods, nothing. But that night left a shadow over the house. I found myself looking over my shoulder whenever I went outside after dark, and I stopped sitting on the porch swing alone. I tried to tell myself it was just a weird coincidence, or that the man had some kind of emergency, but the way he ran off without his car, without saying anything, it didn't feel normal. My grandparents talked about it too, but they were more worried than they let on. Grandpa said it was probably someone running from trouble, hiding out until they figured out what to do next. Grandma said they should have called the sheriff sooner. They said they would be more careful from then on, always keeping the doors locked and not opening the door to strangers. I remember lying awake that night in my old bedroom, listening to the creaks of the house and the sounds of the forest outside. The moonlight came through the window, casting shadows across the floor. I imagined the man running deeper into the woods, hiding behind trees, maybe watching the house from far away. I wondered if he was scared or angry or lost. Most of all, I wondered why he never came back for his car. Weeks went by, and life slowly returned to normal. The woods remained quiet, and the house felt safe again. The police never found any clues. No one ever saw the man again. The car was gone, and the dead-end road was once again just a quiet stretch of dirt and trees. But even now, years later, I still think about that night. About the man who appeared out of nowhere, asking for directions to a place he already knew, then running into the woods without his car. It wasn't a ghost story or a scary myth, just a strange, real moment that reminded me that sometimes people do things we can't explain. And sometimes, even in the middle of nowhere, the world can still hold its secrets. My grandparents never felt unsafe again after that, but I learned something important from that summer. That sometimes, danger isn't loud or obvious. Sometimes, it's quiet and confusing, slipping through the trees just out of sight. And sometimes, the scariest things are the mysteries that never get solved. It was fall, late September, the kind of Wisconsin autumn that smells like damp earth and dead leaves mixed with the sharp chill of approaching winter. The trees were mostly bare by then, their branches reaching out like brittle fingers against a sky that had lost its warmth. I was at Boy Scout camp, somewhere deep in the northern part of the state, at a site called IMR, Indian Mound Reservation. The name stuck with me then, and it's stayed with me ever since, though for all the wrong reasons. IMR wasn't just any campground. It was on land that had been sacred to Native American tribes for centuries, maybe longer. There were burial mounds everywhere, little hillocks that looked like man-made bumps scattered over the landscape. They resembled the small berms you'd find at a shooting range, simple and unassuming, but when you knew what they were, it made the whole place feel different, heavier, quieter. Even the air seemed thick with history, and not the kind you read about in books, but something you could almost touch if you stopped moving. I'd been there with my troop, about 15 of us, plus 2 adult leaders. We'd been camping for almost a week, doing the usual scout stuff, hiking, learning knots, cooking over open fires. It was one of those trips where everything seemed normal by day. But the moment darkness fell, the forest took on a completely different shape. Sounds changed, shadows stretched longer, and the cool night air seemed to carry whispers of things better left alone. The first few nights I slept well, mostly because I was tired, and because we were all together in a group, close enough to hear each other if something happened. Our tents were set up in a clearing surrounded by tall pines and oaks, their trunks coated with rough bark and moss. The floor beneath us was soft dirt mixed with fallen leaves. the ground uneven and a little damp from an afternoon rain shower that had passed through earlier. I remember that night vividly. I was in a small tent with two other scouts. The tent was your typical green nylon, pitched tightly with stakes hammered deep into the soil. Inside, it was cool but not cold, and the faint smell of wet leaves mixed with the scent of campfire smoke lingered in the air. I had my sleeping bag zipped up to my chin, trying to ignore the occasional chill that seeped through the fabric. I think it was close to midnight when it happened. I woke up suddenly. It wasn't a loud noise or a scream. It was something quieter, but still enough to pull me out of sleep, the sound of footsteps outside the tent. At first, I thought maybe one of the adults or another scout was walking back from the latrine or a late-night fire pit visit. But the footsteps didn't sound normal. They were slow, deliberate. There was a kind of dragging quality to them. The leaves outside were damp from the evening's earlier rain, so instead of the dry, crisp crunch you'd expect, the sound was muted, heavier, like someone's boots were scraping through wet leaves, barely lifting their feet. The pattern was slow, almost methodical. 2 steps, then a pause, then 2 steps again. I kept my breathing shallow, lying perfectly still. The tent walls trembled faintly with each step, and the sound moved around the tent, circling it slowly. The footsteps walked along one side, then stopped near the tent's entrance. There was a pause that felt longer than it should, maybe a full 10 seconds, and then the footsteps reversed direction, walking back around the other side. I wasn't scared in the way you might expect. It wasn't like hearing a stranger outside your house in the middle of the night. This was different. It was unsettling because it was so quiet, so calm. There was no yelling, no banging, no obvious threat. Just footsteps, slow and careful, as if someone was trying not to be noticed, but also wasn't in a rush to leave. I lay there, listening with my head barely moving, eyes wide open in the darkness. It's hard to explain, but anyone who's ever had a real sense of unease in the woods knows the feeling. It's like there's a presence, not human, but not supernatural either, something ancient and weighty. It's not the kind of thing that screams or storms the tent. It's quieter and colder. It presses down on you with a kind of silent warning. The mounds around the camp sat just a few hundred feet away. They were low and rounded, covered in moss and fallen leaves, blending into the forest floor so easily that you could miss them if you weren't paying attention. I knew what they were, old burial sites. I'd heard the stories from our troop leaders during the day, about how the land was sacred, and that the tribes who once lived there considered it a place to be respected. Those mounds weren't just dirt and rocks, they were graves. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was walking around the tent was connected to those mounds somehow. Maybe someone patrolling the land, or a local who didn't want outsiders camping there. The thought made my skin crawl. I stayed awake the rest of the night, the footsteps never coming back, but the silence around me felt too thick. The wind whispered through the bare branches, carrying the faint rustle of leaves, but there was no other sound. I didn't dare move or make a noise. I kept my eyes on the tent's small mesh window, peering out into the dark, expecting to see some shape, some figure moving just beyond the trees, but there was nothing. Morning came with pale gray light filtering through the clouds. The camp was waking up with the usual sounds of breakfast being cooked over the fire and boys talking and laughing. I said nothing about the night's events. Nobody asked. It was like it hadn't happened, or maybe they knew better than to talk about it. The next night was different. I slept lightly, waking several times, every little noise pulling me out of sleep. But there were no footsteps, no dragging sounds, just the wind and the occasional call of an owl or a distant coyote. By the end of the week, I was glad to leave IMR behind. We packed up our tents and gear, and I took one last look at the small hillocks dotting the clearing, their quiet presence a reminder of a history I barely understood but could feel in my bones. Years later, I still think about that night. Not because it was scary in the usual sense, but because it was a reminder that some places hold stories and memories that don't fade easily. The footsteps weren't ghosts or monsters, just someone or something making its way across the land in the dark, respecting the silence of the night, and reminding me that some ground is sacred in ways I'll never fully know. That night started out pretty normal. We'd been camping out in a spot deep enough in the woods that you could forget the world outside was there. The fire was dying down, and the stars overhead were pinpricks in the pitch-black sky. The smell of pine and damp earth mixed with the smoke from the fire. Everyone was winding down, chatting softly or just staring into the flames. I was feeling fine, maybe a little buzzed from the beer, but nothing wild. Then around 10 p.m., the urge hit me. I needed to take a shit, and I couldn't hold it any longer. The restrooms were about a quarter mile away from our campsite, past a trail that led through the thick part of the forest. I didn't want to wait until morning, so I grabbed my flashlight and told one of the guys I was heading out. He said something like, "All right, be quick." The path was narrow and twisting, trees pressing close on either side. The flashlight beam barely cut through the blackness. The rest of the world, just a void beyond the reach of the light. It was quiet except for the sound of my boots on the dirt trail and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The air was cool and smelled of moss and decaying leaves. Every few steps, I thought I heard something, a rustle in the bushes or a distant animal cry, but it was probably just the woods doing what woods do. About halfway there, I noticed someone ahead on the main path. It was a figure stepping out from a side path leading to an old, unused campsite about 50 yards away from our own site's path. I instantly recognized it was my friend. He had a very distinct and strange way of walking. His gait was easy to spot, almost like a limp, but not quite, a kind of rhythm you didn't see on many people. He walked a bit ahead of me, and at a few points, he stopped and turned around. From 40 feet behind, he called out, "Why are you following me?" in that same weird voice he had when he was teasing. I replied, "I literally told you guys I was going to the bathroom," hoping to keep it simple and clear. I asked him why he was coming from the abandoned campsite instead of our own. The weirdness was growing, but I figured maybe he was just messing with me. He didn't answer right away, just glanced back one more time before picking up his pace. I kept following, but after a few minutes, I lost sight of him in the dark. The woods were thick there, and shadows swallowed him up as he moved out of the light's reach. I shook my head and kept going to the restrooms, wondering what the hell was going on. When I finally got to the restrooms, I was glad they were there. The small, metal building had a faint light inside, enough to keep the shadows from creeping in. The smell of pine cleaner and old plumbing hit me as I pushed open the door. I locked myself in, took care of business, and washed my hands under the cold faucet. The quiet hum of the fluorescent light buzzed overhead. On my way back, I scanned the path but didn't see my friend anywhere. When I got close to our campsite, I saw him there, standing casually by one of the tents. The fire was just about out, the embers glowing faintly. The others were either asleep or drifting off. I asked why he had been messing with me, why he'd been walking that weird path, and then acting like he was surprised to see me behind him. Everyone denied he had left the campsite at all. They said he'd been there the whole time, sitting near the fire or inside his tent. I looked at him, confused and annoyed. His face was blank, like he was hiding something or just pretending to play dumb. I didn't push it much. I figured maybe they were messing with me together. It wasn't a big deal, just some harmless pranking. But the odd feeling didn't go away. Something about it was off. My friend's gait, the way he appeared and disappeared in the dark, the strange paths he took, it all felt like more than just a joke. Hours passed. The night grew colder. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the woods around us settled into a deep silence. The only sound was the distant call of an owl and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Then it was 3 a.m. I woke up suddenly, feeling the familiar pressure in my bladder. I didn't want to get up and make a big trip to the restrooms again, so I decided to slip quietly into the woods and relieve myself behind some trees near our campsite. I grabbed my flashlight again and stepped carefully over roots and rocks, trying not to wake anyone. The forest was darker now. The trees cast long, eerie shadows that danced in the beam of my flashlight. My footsteps were soft, but every sound seemed louder in the stillness. The smell of pine and earth was sharper in the cold night air. After I finished and was heading back, I heard something that made my skin crawl, the distinct sound of a tent zipper opening somewhere close. It was slow and deliberate, the kind of sound you notice when everything else is so quiet. I froze, shining my light toward the tents. I could barely make out my friend's figure moving, the flashlight catching the outline of his familiar shape as he stepped out. The zipper slid shut again behind him. He moved a few steps and pulled out a lighter, flicking it open. Each strike lit up his face briefly, the orange glow showing his features with sharp shadows. I saw the cigarette come to his lips, the smoke curling up into the cold air. He spoke quietly, but the voice cut through the still night. "Can you hear me?" I replied, "Yeah, I can hear you." He said it again, louder this time. "Can you hear me?" I chuckled softly and said, "Yeah, you trying to wake everyone up?" He shook his head slowly, not smiling, and then turned toward the cars parked about 30 feet away. I started to follow him, figuring it was another prank or some late-night wandering. I lost him quickly behind one of the cars. I rounded the corner, expecting to see him, but there was no one there. The darkness swallowed him whole. Annoyed and feeling a little spooked, I went back to his tent. The zipper was still closed, and I could hear faint snoring inside. He was definitely in there. I checked around, scanning the shadows and bushes. There was no sign of him anywhere else. I stood there, flashlight beam shaking a little in my hand, feeling more unsettled than I wanted to admit. My mind kept racing through explanations. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe my brain was playing tricks because I'd been drinking. But the way he moved, the way he looked, the sounds he made, it was him. Or something that perfectly mimicked him. The next morning, I asked again. He denied leaving the tent or walking off into the woods. The others sided with him, laughing it off or saying I was just tired and seeing things. But I knew what I saw. I still don't have an answer for it. My friend's gait, his voice, the way he disappeared and reappeared in the dark, it didn't add up. No ghosts, no monsters, just something strange happening that night. And it stuck with me ever since. The sun was high in the sky, filtering through the trees and casting long, dancing shadows on the dirt road beneath our tires. I was driving, my girlfriend sat beside me, and my brother was in the back seat. We were on our way to a dog shelter tucked somewhere in the middle of nowhere, or so we thought. The plan was simple: drop off some donations and spend a few hours playing with the rescue dogs. We'd been looking forward to it all week, especially my girlfriend, who has always had a soft spot for animals. The shelter was supposed to be in a rural area, but none of us knew the exact location, just rough directions. The kind of directions you get from someone who says, just follow the dirt road till you see the big old barn, then turn left. The road we found ourselves on was nothing more than a thin dirt path that twisted through dense woods. There was no cell phone signal, no other cars, no houses, just the crunch of gravel beneath the tires and the occasional bird call. The trees loomed high and thick on either side, their leaves whispering in the breeze. Despite being a little lost, we were still in good spirits. We joked about the off-the-beaten path, nature of the trip, and made fun of how lost we already were. The sun warmed the car through the cracked windows, and the air smelled faintly of pine and wet earth. We laughed as we rounded a bend, my girlfriend pointing out the wildflowers blooming on the roadside. The dirt path stretched ahead, empty except for the occasional rustle of small animals darting through the underbrush. Then suddenly, the road opened up into a clearing, and there, just ahead, stood an old house. It looked like something out of a horror movie, paint peeling off its wooden walls, windows either shattered or covered with grime, and a lawn that had long been left to the wild. The grass was tall and wildflowers choked the flower beds. Rusted, broken cars sat scattered in front, as if abandoned decades ago. No smoke curled from a chimney. No porch light flickered. We slowed down. The house gave off a strange vibe, something eerie without really being outright scary. The kind of place you wouldn't want to step foot in after dark. We started joking, half to shake the feeling, half because it was the only way to break the silence. "Welcome to the hills have eyes," my brother said with a smirk, tapping the steering wheel lightly. My girlfriend laughed nervously and said it looked like the kind of place you'd see in a thriller, abandoned for years. We were far enough out that the shelter definitely wasn't down this road, so we decided to turn back. I drove a few meters past the house to a clearing behind it, a spot big enough to turn the car around without scraping the sides. As we rolled slowly past the backyard, something caught my eye, something that instantly turned the light-hearted mood into a sinking, heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. The entire yard was filled with mannequins. There had to be at least 50 of them, scattered everywhere, some propped up awkwardly, others just lying on the ground like discarded trash. They were old, sun-damaged, and weather-worn, some with cracked plastic skin faded to a chalky white. A few had pieces missing, heads, limbs, fingers. Some were naked, their torsos cracked and dirt-streaked. Others wore tattered bits of clothing, remnants of dresses or shirts clinging loosely in the wind. They weren't just thrown there either. Some mannequins were arranged in strange, specific positions. One sat slumped against an old, rusty swing set, its head tilted in a way that looked almost thoughtful. Another was propped up on the ground, its arms outstretched as if reaching for something unseen. There were groups, pairs of mannequins standing face to face, like frozen conversations. It was chilling. The sight was so unexpected and unnatural it immediately sucked the warmth out of the car. The joking stopped. My girlfriend went quiet, staring wide-eyed out the window. My brother's hand froze on the door handle. I instinctively locked the doors and rolled up the windows all the way, the soft click of the locks sounding impossibly loud in the sudden silence. I slowly started turning the steering wheel to back the car around. I told my brother to watch the house carefully. He was already glancing at the grimy windows, trying to spot any movement inside. I asked my girlfriend to keep an eye on the woods that bordered the yard, just in case someone, or something, was hiding among the trees. We were all tense, alert. The mannequin's hollow, glassy eyes seemed to follow us as the car inched backward. Just then, my brother spoke in a voice so low I barely heard it. "Someone's looking at us through the curtains." My heart slammed in my chest. I looked toward the window he was pointing at, a second-floor window on the side of the house. The curtain twitched, just a fraction, and then pulled back slowly. A face appeared, pale, tired, middle-aged. A woman's face. I didn't breathe. The moment felt like time froze. The last thing I expected was a real person living there. I felt like I'd stepped into a nightmare, that something terrible was about to happen. The face watched us for a long moment, silent, unreadable. Then the door creaked open. A woman emerged, her footsteps heavy on the cracked porch. She was dressed plainly, wearing jeans and an old sweater, her hair pulled back in a loose bun. She didn't look threatening. In fact, she seemed oddly calm, even friendly. But the chill in my chest didn't go away. She walked slowly to the edge of the yard, stopping right by the road. We rolled the car to a stop, windows still up, doors locked. She raised a hand in a gentle wave, gesturing for us to roll the windows down. Despite the cold knot in my stomach, I obeyed. She spoke quietly but clearly, giving directions that actually made sense. She told us we weren't far off, explained which road to take to get to the shelter. She warned us to watch out for other dirt paths that didn't go anywhere. Her voice was calm, matter-of-fact, like she did this all the time. We thanked her and started to drive off. Our windows rolled back up, doors locked again. I stole quick glances at the house in the rearview mirror, the mannequins frozen still in the yard behind her. The woman watched us leave, standing motionless at the road's edge. The whole experience stuck with me. Even now, months later, I still get that same feeling, a cold shiver when I think back to that strange yard full of broken mannequins. We found the shelter soon after, thanks to the directions she gave us. The dogs were friendly, and the people there were kind, but the creepy feeling from that old house lingered in my mind. When I walk into stores now and see mannequins standing still in the windows, it creeps me out. I think about that yard, the way the mannequins were arranged, and the lonely woman living all alone in the woods with her strange collection. It's a reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but just ordinary people living in strange ways, in places forgotten by everyone else. We never went back down that road again, and I don't think I ever want to. The woods were pretty sure, but something about that house and those mannequins felt wrong. It was a day that started with laughter and ended with a quiet, uneasy silence. One I'll never forget. I grew up on a ranch, in an old California house that had seen better days. It was the kind of place where the windows were big and opened wide to catch the breeze during those hot summer months, and the walls were thin enough that every creak of the old floorboards felt like a shout. Most of the rooms opened into the central living room, where there was a worn sofa, a wood stove that my mom kept burning on chilly nights, and a big old rug that was faded from years of footsteps and sunshine. The house was cozy but exposed. There was nowhere to hide, and almost every movement inside was visible through those windows. I was about 14 at the time, and my younger brother, maybe 11, was there with me. Mom had gone out running an errand, probably picking up something from the store or visiting a neighbor. It wasn't unusual for her to leave us alone for a while. We were used to it on the ranch. The summer air was thick and still, and the lights were on inside, casting a soft yellow glow over the walls and furniture. Outside, it was pitch black, the kind of dark that seemed to press up against the windows, swallowing the yard and the fields beyond. My brother sat on the floor by the stove, pencil in hand, hunched over his homework. He was quiet, focused. I lay stretched out on the sofa, the notebook in my lap, and a flashlight balancing on my knee to read the lines that the overhead light missed. We were both doing the kind of homework that didn't need talking, so the room was filled only with the scratch of pencil on paper and the occasional creak of the house settling. Then I heard it. Footsteps, heavy and slow, but deliberate, on the mud porch that led up to the front door. The porch was made of old wood, wide enough for a few chairs, with a low railing that was chipped and worn. The mud was soft from a recent rain, but dry now, and the steps pressed into it like they belonged there. I froze immediately. The sound was so clear I could almost picture the boots hitting the wood and the dirt beneath. But the strange thing was, I hadn't seen or heard my mom's car arrive. The driveway was long and stretched past a grove of trees before opening to the road. In the quiet country night, I would have heard the engine or seen the headlights cutting through the dark windows. There was nothing. No engine, no headlights, just footsteps. They stopped, right at the door. No knock, no jingle of keys, no voice calling out. I didn't move. I barely even breathed. If I got up and looked around the corner through the kitchen, I could have seen whoever it was standing at the door. The door had a small window set at eye level, covered by an old lace curtain that was usually pulled aside. I could have peered out and seen their face. But if I did, they'd see me too. If I said something to my brother, the footsteps might hear me. If I reached for the kitchen knife from the drawer, the sliding sound would give away my position. I ran through every option I had in my head. The person was at the only door in or out of the house. The door was always unlocked, because we were used to being safe here. But what if that night, safety was just an illusion? I could grab my brother and run out the back door. But that door opened into a small porch with no lights and thick woods beyond. We'd be easy to catch. I could hide in the closet, but that was just a broom closet off the living room. It wasn't soundproof or dark enough, and the person outside would probably know we were inside. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would echo louder than any whisper. The room felt like it was shrinking around me. I was trapped between the porch and the kitchen, with the blackness outside and the warm yellow light inside. I decided the best thing to do was nothing. To act like I hadn't heard anything at all. Like nothing was wrong. Minutes passed. No more footsteps. No voice. No knock. No sound but the slow ticking of the old wall clock and the steady breathing of my brother nearby. I started to calm down, telling myself I must have imagined it. Maybe the wind had shifted and brushed against the porch boards. Maybe a stray animal had passed by. Then, 20 minutes later, I saw the headlights sweep across the windows. Mom was home. I jumped up and ran outside, barefoot on the cold porch, my heart still racing but with relief flooding through me. I wanted to tell her everything, to make sure she knew how scared I had been. But the moment I reached the driveway and saw her getting out of the car, my relief started to fade. She didn't even ask how the night went. Instead, she looked at the front yard and said something that made the blood drain from my face. Who left the water on? I followed her gaze and saw it. The spigot in the front yard, the weird old one mounted on a metal pole about waist high, with the handle turned up instead of down. It was shooting water straight up into the air, a tall fountain of cold, clear water arching several feet before splashing back down, drenching the grass and the edge of the porch. My brother and I had always played with that spigot in the summer, turning it on full blast and running through the spray like it was a fountain in a city park. But it hadn't been on at all when we went to do our homework. No one had touched it. That night, someone had been on our porch. They had stood there listening. They had watched us, alone and vulnerable, with no car in the driveway. They didn't come in, but they wanted us to know they could have. We never saw who it was. But after that night, we never felt the same in that house. The next days were full of small changes. Mom making sure the doors were locked tight, installing new locks, even calling a locksmith to put a deadbolt on the front door. The ranch felt different, less like a home and more like a trap. We checked the porch for footprints, but found nothing except the muddy prints of our own shoes. Whoever it was had covered their tracks, slipping away into the darkness without a sound once they turned on the spigot. The nights after that were long and quiet, but I could never stop thinking about those footsteps on the porch and the heavy silence that followed. The house, with all its windows and open rooms, had no hiding places. We were visible from every angle, but the dark outside hid everything. That summer, I learned that some dangers don't announce themselves. They wait, they watch, and they don't need to break in to scare you. They just need to be there, right outside your door. When I was about 15 years old, my dad took me out to some hunting land he had permission to use. The land wasn't ours exactly. It belonged to a friend of his who let him hunt there whenever he wanted. It was a big chunk of land that hadn't been touched in years, thick woods, some open fields, and a swampy area in the back that made parts of the ground soft and squishy. We were going out to scout for the upcoming deer season, to find the best spots to set up trail cameras, and to see where the deer were moving. The day started out like any other. We loaded up the truck early, just after dawn, packing snacks, water, and the gear we'd need. My dad drove, and I rode shotgun, looking out the window at the trees flying by. The air smelled crisp and fresh, mixed with that earthy smell of damp soil and pine needles. When we got there, the land looked wild, untouched for a while. The grass was tall in some spots, and the woods thick with branches and vines. The swampy area was at the back, filled with tangled bushes and trees with roots that looked like they were fighting for space in the mud. My dad had a plan. He wanted to set up a few trail cameras in places he thought deer might pass through. He was busy picking spots and getting the cameras ready while I was sent off to mark trails and find the back property line. I had a GPS device and some flagging tape to tie to trees, so we'd remember where the trails were when it came time to hunt. I headed toward the back, into the woods. The sun was higher now, shining through the branches and casting shadows on the ground. The forest floor was soft, covered in leaves and twigs. As I walked, I kept a close eye on the GPS, tying my markers at regular intervals. But after a while, something started to feel off. It wasn't loud, like a noise or anything obvious. It was a feeling, like someone was watching me. I stopped and looked around, scanning the woods in every direction. Nothing. No movement. No sounds except for birds and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I kept walking, but kept feeling the same thing. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I pulled out the radio and called my dad. I told him I wasn't sure about this part of the property, that it felt weird, like someone was watching me. He told me I was overreacting and to head back to where he was. I didn't want to argue, so I turned and went back. The walk back felt longer than it should. The shadows seemed darker, the woods thicker. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But when I got back to my dad, he didn't seem worried. He showed me where he'd set the trail cameras, in spots he thought were good for deer. Then we packed up and headed back to the house. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, but I pushed it to the back of my mind. Maybe it was just the unfamiliar land, the swamp, the isolation. I didn't say much about it after that day. A week later, we went back to the property to check the cameras. It was a cool morning, and the woods smelled like wet earth and moss. We pulled the SD cards from the cameras and loaded them into my dad's laptop. The first few pictures showed the usual animals, a couple of hogs rooting around, a few deer passing through. Nothing strange. We made plans to hunt on opening day of the primitive weapon season. We decided to set up in 2 different spots, based on where the animals had been moving in the photos. Opening day came, cold and clear. I set up my blind in a small clearing near the swampy area, behind some thick bushes. The sun filtered through the trees, casting patches of light on the ground. I settled in and waited, trying to stay quiet and still. After about 2 hours, I heard a noise to my right, the snap of a branch, something moving through the underbrush. I froze. My heart started pounding in my chest. I didn't move or breathe too loud. I waited to see what it was. Then I saw him. A man, walking straight through my sight line. He looked out of place, clothes dirty but not like a hunter's camouflage, more like someone just wandering. I had never seen him before. He didn't look around or notice me. He walked with purpose, heading up the trail toward where my dad was set up. I stayed as still as I could, barely daring to blink. I didn't know what to do. My mind raced. Was he trespassing? Was he dangerous? I grabbed the radio and whispered, telling my dad what I saw. He told me not to move, and that he'd be there as soon as he could. I waited, frozen in place. Minutes later, my dad arrived. But there was no sign of anyone on the trail. No footprints, no broken branches, no disturbance. My dad looked around carefully, but didn't see anything. I was freaking out, feeling more and more unsettled. My dad told me to pack up, and we'd get the photos from the cameras and leave. He tried to calm me by saying it was probably a friend of the property owner, someone else hunting the area. Back at the house, we went through the pictures again. That's when we found the man, the same one I saw on the trail. There he was, staring directly at one of our trail cameras. His face was clear, no disguise. Then the photos showed him messing around, posing in front of the camera like he was having a photo shoot. He was toying with us, clearly aware the cameras were there. We showed the pictures to the property owner. He had no idea who the man was or why he'd been on the land. We took the photos to the local authorities and reported it, but nothing ever came of it. No arrests, no explanation. I never went back to that part of the property alone again. The memory of that man walking through the woods, not caring that he was trespassing, stuck with me. It was one of those moments that make you realize how little control you really have out there in the wild. How someone can just show up and disappear without a trace. Looking back now, years later, I still get chills thinking about that day. Not because of ghosts or anything supernatural, but because of how real it all was, the land, the quiet, and that strange man who walked through like he owned the place, leaving nothing but pictures behind. I remember that day like it was yesterday, even though I've tried to push it out of my mind. It started as just a regular hike with my brother and a friend of ours. The kind of hike where you leave your phones behind because you want to get away from everything. No noise, no distractions. Just the woods and the three of us. We picked a spot pretty deep in the forest, somewhere we'd never been before, and definitely nowhere near any roads or buildings. We figured it'd be about an hour hike from the nearest dirt road, maybe even more from any sign of civilization. The trail was rough. We weren't following an official path, more like a worn-down line in the brush where maybe animals passed through, or old hunters had wandered. The trees were tall and thick, casting heavy shadows that made it harder to tell what time it was. The forest floor was damp, soft from last week's rain, covered in fallen leaves that muffled our footsteps. The smell of pine and wet earth filled the air. Occasionally, we'd hear the crack of a twig underfoot or the distant call of a bird. We'd been walking for about 2 hours, heading deeper into the woods, when we stumbled on something that made us stop cold. Right in the middle of the dense forest was a house. Or, more accurately, what was left of a house. At first, it didn't seem like it should be there. No roads led to it, no trails. It was as if it had been dropped in the middle of nowhere by some careless hand. The structure looked like a tornado had ripped through it. Beams sticking out at odd angles, chunks of drywall scattered all around like debris from a demolition site. The windows were shattered, glass littering the ground, and the roof was partially collapsed. The front door hung off its hinges, swaying slightly in the light breeze that passed through the trees. The house looked relatively new. I couldn't tell for sure how long it had been there, but the materials didn't look old or rotten. The wood was still mostly intact, and the drywall hadn't turned to dust. The paint was faded but not peeling away completely, which made it even more confusing. Why was this house in the middle of nowhere, looking as if it had just been torn apart, yet surrounded by an untouched forest? As we cautiously approached, I noticed something strange on the ground near the front porch, a toaster. Just a regular kitchen toaster, covered in dirt and leaves, but still unmistakable. It was out of place, like some odd remnant from a life that once belonged here. None of the nearby trees or bushes showed any sign of damage, which didn't make sense if something powerful enough to smash a house like this had passed through. There were no broken branches, no uprooted plants, nothing disturbed in the soil. It was as if the house had taken the hit alone. We explored the wreckage carefully, stepping around fallen beams and piles of drywall dust. Inside, the floor was littered with debris, and I spotted broken furniture, a rusted kettle, and even some old magazines scattered about. Despite the destruction, there were signs the place had been lived in not too long ago. A half-empty bottle of cleaner on the kitchen counter, a flashlight on the floor, batteries spilled nearby. My brother and our friend exchanged looks, both silently asking the same question. How did this house get here and why? We spent about 30 minutes wandering through the ruins, checking every room we could access without risking injury. The silence around us was thick, only broken by the creaking of the old frames settling or the occasional sound of a squirrel scurrying through the underbrush. The deeper I looked, the more questions I had, but there were no answers. Eventually, we decided to head back, figuring we'd come back another day to explore more thoroughly. The hike back was uneventful, the same thick forest, the same damp earth beneath our feet. We were confident we'd find the house again with no trouble. After all, it was the only structure for miles, and we had a pretty clear idea of where we'd found it. But the strange part started right after that. Over the next few weeks, we searched. Not just a quick walk around, but serious searching. We retraced our steps, tried to mark the path, even brought maps and compasses. We scanned the area for any sign of the house, but it was gone. Not damaged or hidden, it wasn't there at all. The thick forest stretched as far as we could see in every direction, with no trace of a building or debris. We searched the area where we were sure we'd found it, covering every inch, pushing through brambles and crawling under low branches. We even climbed trees to get a better view, but the house never appeared. The ground was undisturbed, no patches of cleared land, no signs of construction, no ruined wood or drywall piles. Nothing. We started to wonder if we had somehow made a mistake. Maybe it wasn't as deep as we thought. Maybe the house was on private land and had been torn down. But the house was clearly there when we first found it. The memories of the broken beams, the shattered windows, the kitchen debris, the toaster, all of it was vivid and real. We talked about it a lot. I thought maybe it was some kind of illegal dumping site. Someone had built or brought a house into the woods, then destroyed it, and the forest quickly swallowed it up. But no matter how quickly nature reclaims places, it couldn't have happened that fast. Trees don't grow back overnight, and beams don't disappear without a trace. Plus, the ground was undisturbed around where the house was. Another theory was that maybe it was a movie set or a prank. But there was no sign of any equipment or roads for vehicles to bring that much material into the woods. And the house looked real, not like a fake facade built just for filming. One of the creepiest things was how only the house showed damage. If a tornado or storm had hit, the trees around would have been torn up, leaves scattered, branches broken. But the forest was completely normal. It was as if the destruction was somehow limited to the house itself, like it was selectively smashed. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself maybe it was just some kind of accident, maybe a controlled demolition, or something that happened in the dark and no one noticed. But none of it added up. The more we searched, the more it felt like the house had vanished into thin air. The whole experience left me uneasy. It felt wrong, like something was off about that place, about the house, and how it didn't belong there. It was there and then gone, erased without a trace. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm hiking alone or deep in the woods. I wonder if it was a trick of my mind, or if the woods themselves somehow swallowed it whole. Whatever it was, the house remains a mystery. We never found it again, and I'm convinced that some things just don't want to be found. I arrived at the Mogollon Rim late in the afternoon, after hours of hiking through thick forest and steep ridges. The air was cool and damp, quite unlike the dry deserts of Arizona that most people picture when they think of this state. At 7,500 feet, this place was a different world. Towering ponderosa pines and Douglas firs crowded the slopes, their dark green needles dripping with moisture from an earlier rain. Ferns and wild strawberries grew thick underfoot, and the ground was soft with fallen pine needles and decaying leaves. It felt like a corner of the Pacific Northwest had somehow been dropped into Arizona. I had come here alone, wanting to get away from everything and anyone. The area was remote enough that I hadn't seen another person since I left the last trailhead. The silence was so thick it was almost painful. No birds sang, no frogs croaked, no insects buzzed or chirped. Nothing moved but the faint trickle of a creek below where I planned to camp. I found the bench just as the sun started to fade behind the ridge. It was a flat patch of ground, maybe 20 by 30 feet, perched above a small creek. Behind me, the cliff rose sharply, covered in thick brush and tangled branches, impossible to climb without making noise. In front of me, the cliff dropped off sharply to the creek far below, the rocks worn smooth from years of floods. It felt isolated, cut off from the world by a wall of trees and steep slopes. I set up my tent near the edge, but far enough back to avoid any danger. The ground was soft but firm, carpeted with moss and fallen pine needles. I arranged my gear carefully, making sure my backpack was close, my water bottle was filled, and my satellite communicator had some signal, though barely. The canopy overhead was thick, branches and leaves blocked almost all the sky. When I tried to message my family, my signal flickered and died more than once. As the last light faded, I sat quietly and listened. The only sound was the faint splash of water over stones below, the creek flowing gently through the dark. The silence pressed in on me like a weight. I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I started a small fire from some dry twigs I'd gathered earlier, but even the crackle of the flames felt loud in the stillness. I ate a simple meal, feeling eyes on me even though no one was there. The darkness swallowed the forest around me, turning the familiar shapes of trees and bushes into strange, shifting shadows. After I cleaned up, I crawled into my tent and zipped it closed. The nylon walls muffled the outside sounds, but the silence outside was so complete that it almost felt louder. I lay awake, eyes wide, waiting for some sign of life. Then, just after midnight, a bright white light suddenly shone through the thin fabric of my tent, blinding me for a moment. It was like someone was holding a powerful flashlight directly in my face. The light stayed steady for maybe 2 minutes, then vanished. My heart jumped into my throat. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent flap as quickly and quietly as I could. Outside, the forest was black as pitch, the canopy blocking out the stars and moon. I swept my flashlight across the trees and bushes, but saw nothing. No figure, no movement, no sign of anyone. Then, far off through the thick trees, I spotted a faint flickering white light. It wasn't like a flashlight beam, which would be sharper and more focused. This light glowed softly, almost like a distant lantern or a patch of moonlight shining through a thin gap in the leaves. It hovered there for about a minute, then faded away. I listened hard. No footsteps, no voices, no rustling of leaves or snapping of branches. Nothing. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, but I forced myself to stay calm. It was just light. Maybe a hiker lost or a hunter. Or maybe it was something else entirely. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, my ears straining for any sound. The silence stayed absolute. No animals, no bugs, not even the usual dawn chorus of birds. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. When the first weak light of dawn broke through the canopy, I stepped out of the tent carefully, scanning the ground for footprints or other signs of visitors. There was nothing. The dirt was soft in places, but showed no marks. No broken twigs. No crushed leaves. No evidence anyone else had been there. I packed up slowly, still feeling uneasy. The memory of that sudden bright light stayed with me, a strange and unsettling mystery in the middle of nowhere. I climbed down the narrow, steep game trail carefully, knowing every step would make noise as loose rocks slid down and branches cracked underfoot. The forest was still eerily quiet as I moved through it. Even the creek below seemed to whisper less than usual. Back on the main trail, the sounds of nature slowly returned. A few birds chirped in the distance. An insect buzzed past my ear. The normal noises of the forest were coming back. But the silence on that bench, that terrible silence, stayed with me. I don't know what caused that light in the night. I don't know if anyone else was there. The pot grows I saw scattered around were old, long abandoned, but the area is known for dangerous people protecting their crops. I don't know if someone was watching me, or if it was something else entirely. I'm just glad I didn't run into anyone. Since that night, I've avoided that bench. I go to other places in the rim when I backpack, but never back there. That spot is too quiet, too dark, too empty. It feels like the forest is waiting for something, and I don't want to find out what. I'm not the kind of person who scares easily. I've been out alone plenty of times before. But that night, in that strange silence, with that sudden light in the dark, I felt something I've never felt before, a real and deep unease. The forest was watching, and maybe so was someone else. I grew up on a small property in regional Australia, about 3 or 4 kilometers out of town. It wasn't too far, just enough so that the noise and traffic of the town never really reached us. Our place sat at the very end of a dead-end street, which itself branched off from another quiet street leading from the main road. Because of this setup, there wasn't ever any foot traffic near the house. I never saw anyone walking by, and even cars were rare enough to be noticed. This made the place feel pretty safe most of the time, and I liked it that way. The property itself was surrounded on 3 sides by thick bushland. Native trees and dense shrubs grew close to the house, their shadows stretching out and sometimes brushing against the windows when the wind was strong. At night, the bush sounded alive, animals rustling through the leaves, the distant calls of birds settling in for the evening, and sometimes the sharp crack of a twig snapping underfoot. The bush was wild and dark, and though it was beautiful, It could also feel a little intimidating when the sun went down. One night, when I was about 12, I was sitting in the living room watching TV by myself. It was just after dinner, a typical weeknight. The house was quiet except for the low hum of the television. I was half watching an old movie, something with a lot of tension and drama, when my two older brothers, both around 20 at the time, came downstairs from their rooms. They looked serious, a little tense. Without saying much, they asked if I'd heard anything outside. I shook my head. I hadn't noticed a thing. They explained they'd been sitting upstairs when they heard footsteps outside, slow, heavy steps, and a couple of hushed voices. It wasn't loud, but clear enough for them to catch it over the usual background noise of the house and the bush outside. My brothers were both big rugby players, tall, broad-shouldered guys with thick arms and strong legs. They weren't the type to get scared easily, so the fact they were uneasy made me pay attention. Their plan was simple. They told me to stay inside, keep the doors locked and windows shut, and not to come outside no matter what I heard or saw. They would go outside to find whoever was out there. Their idea was to catch the intruders quickly, each taking a different side of the house to search, and then meet up on the other side, hopefully with someone caught in a headlock or pinned down. I remember thinking how like the movie Signs, it seemed, the way Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix's characters ran around their farmhouse, trying to outmaneuver whatever was lurking in the dark. My brothers were ready to do the same, but I stayed put, glued to the TV, trying to appear calm, even though my heart was racing. I watched nervously as they both sprinted out the front door at the same time, splitting left and right around the house. The porch light flickered slightly in the evening breeze, casting long shadows that disappeared quickly behind the thick bushes. For a few minutes, there was silence except for the distant call of a kookaburra somewhere deep in the bush. Then the sound of footsteps, their heavier thuds moving quickly along the gravel driveway and around the corners of the house. I could hear their voices, low and urgent, calling out to each other as they tried to coordinate. But they never found anyone. No matter how hard they searched, there was no one there. No shadows moved beyond the thick trees. No shapes emerged from the darkness. It was as if the voices and footsteps had vanished into thin air. The whole time, I sat by the window, watching for any sign of movement, but all I saw was the flickering street lamp at the end of the dead-end road and the waving branches in the breeze. My brothers came back inside after about 10 minutes, both breathing hard and looking frustrated. They were sure they heard someone, but there was nothing to be found. We checked the doors and windows again, double-locked everything, and they went outside once more, shining their flashlights into the dense bush. The beams cut through the shadows, revealing nothing but thick undergrowth and the dark shapes of trees. They circled the house and the property line, calling out and listening, but still, no sign of anyone. We were left with the feeling that whoever was out there had melted into the bush, waiting silently until my brothers ran off, then disappearing into the darkness. That night was the first time I really felt afraid in that house. It wasn't like hearing about break-ins or crimes on the news or from friends at school. It was the idea that someone had come close enough to be just outside my window and yet had vanished completely before they were caught. The bush around our property was supposed to protect us, keep strangers away, but now it felt like a hiding place for something unknown. For days afterward, I kept checking the doors and windows before going to bed. I'd listen carefully for any strange sounds outside, jumping at every rustle or crack. My brothers stayed on alert, walking around with flashlights even after dark, keeping watch. My parents didn't say much about it. They probably thought it was just kids imagining things or someone playing a prank, but I knew it was real. The next morning, the sun came up like usual, spreading warm light across the paddocks and the bush. Everything looked normal. The birds chirping in the trees, the cows grazing quietly, the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. But the memory of those footsteps and whispered voices stayed with me. It was the way the bush seemed too quiet, like it was holding its breath. Weeks later, nothing happened again. No more strange sounds or visitors. The neighborhood stayed peaceful, and the dead-end street remained empty. Life went back to normal on the surface, but I never forgot how close we had been to something unknown and possibly dangerous. Looking back now, I understand how lucky we were. The bush probably helped hide whoever was out there, giving them enough cover to disappear before my brothers could catch them. Maybe it was just some kids messing around, or someone looking for trouble. Whatever the reason, the experience taught me to be more aware of the quiet places around me, the ones where shadows can move unseen, and voices can carry just enough to be heard but not seen. The house on that dead-end street felt safe again, but deep down, I knew the bush was always watching, waiting, ready to swallow up anyone who got too close. That night changed how I looked at the place I called home. It wasn't just a quiet spot far from town anymore. It was a place where silence could hide something, and where the unknown was only a few steps beyond the door. It was one of those nights where the darkness felt so thick, it was almost like a living thing pressing in around me. Growing up in rural Arkansas, I was used to walking along the train tracks. The quickest way to get to my buddy's house, a few miles out, was to follow those rails. Usually it was no big deal, just a familiar path flanked by woods and fields, the kind of place where you'd hear animals moving around, but mostly harmless ones like raccoons or the occasional fox. I'd done that walk dozens of times before, but that night was different. There was no moon, no stars, nothing. Just a black sky that swallowed everything whole. The trees along the sides of the tracks were dense, their branches scraping against each other in the breeze, but the shadows they cast were deep and heavy. You couldn't see past a few feet in any direction. It wasn't the kind of dark where your eyes adjust. It was the kind of dark where you realize how much you actually rely on sight, and how vulnerable you are without it. I had started my walk about an hour earlier, just after the last glimmers of twilight disappeared. The gravel underfoot made that familiar crunching sound with each step. I tried to keep a steady pace, knowing the tracks ran straight to my friend's house. There were no houses along the way, no streetlights, nothing but woods and the rail. Every so often, the rustling of leaves or a twig snapping echoed in the quiet. Usually, it was no big deal. Animals moving around, startled by me or just doing their own thing. But as I walked deeper into the woods, the sounds seemed to grow louder and closer, and the darkness felt thicker. I wasn't scared yet, just aware. The kind of awareness that comes when you know you're alone and out of sight. Then, out of the silence, I heard it. A crash through the brush on my left. My foot stopped mid-step. The gravel stopped crunching beneath my shoes. I stood still, heart thumping just a little harder than normal, listening. The crashing stopped, like whatever it was paused, waiting. I held my breath and stared into the blackness. Nothing moved. No glow of eyes, no shapes shifting in the shadows. I started walking again, a little faster this time, trying to shake the feeling. But then, something else happened. I heard the sound of something rushing through the brush again, this time faster, closer. My heart leapt. Then came the unmistakable crunch of gravel right in front of me, just a few feet away. I stopped dead, frozen like a statue, trying to see if anything was there. For a moment, I caught the sound of heavy breathing, a loud snort, like an angry animal right there in the dark with me. It didn't move further down the tracks or around me. It just stayed still, just a few feet away. I was rooted to the spot, my eyes straining to make out a shape, a shadow, anything. But the darkness swallowed everything whole. Then, without warning, the breathing and the snort stopped. There was a loud rustling as it crashed back into the woods, the sounds moving away, disappearing as fast as they came. My muscles didn't loosen until I heard the last branches snap off somewhere far back behind me. I stayed there for a long time, frozen, heart pounding, trying to force my brain to think straight. What could it have been? I'd grown up around deer and other wildlife, but that snort and heavy breathing didn't sound like any deer I'd ever heard before. Still, it wasn't a growl or any kind of predator sound either. It was just something big and angry. I didn't move until I was sure it had gone. Then I started walking again, faster this time, my steps almost stumbling over the gravel as I hurried toward the only place I knew I'd be safe, my friend's house. When I finally got there, the lights were on inside, warm and bright, shining through the windows like a beacon. I stood in the doorway, soaking it in, grateful. I sat down inside, surrounded by the hum of electricity, the steady light that pushed back the dark I'd left behind. I thought about how close that thing must have been, how if it had charged or moved toward me, I wouldn't have had anywhere to run except into the woods, and who knows what might have happened then. I wanted to believe it was just a deer. I kept telling myself that. But deep down, I knew I'd never forget that feeling of being watched and hunted in the blackness, the fear that maybe, just maybe, that thing was waiting for me out there. As the night wore on, I kept the lights on and stared out the window, waiting for daylight so I could finally see just how close it had really come. But no matter how much I told myself it was just an animal, I never quite shook the feeling that night had almost swallowed me whole. In August of 2019, I set off on a journey I had dreamed about for years. I loaded my bicycle with camping gear, my tent, sleeping bag, cooking stove, clothes, and enough food to last me a few days at a time. The bike was heavily packed, but I didn't mind. The weight reminded me that I was carrying everything I needed to live on the road, and that gave me a strange kind of comfort. I planned to ride across the United States, covering as much ground as I could in the next several months. I wanted to escape the noise of everyday life and the weight of responsibilities, and to find something quieter, something simpler. The early weeks were a blur of small towns, long stretches of highway, and nights spent in cheap motels or on the floor of a friend's living room. But it wasn't long before I grew restless for something more natural. I began to prefer camping out in the wild, pitching my tent under trees and near creeks, away from the highways and busy towns. There, the world felt slower, the air cooler, and the night sounds became my lullaby. I got used to the nighttime chorus of crickets and toads, the constant droning that filled the spaces between the trees. Sometimes, from far off in the distance, I would hear the sharp yips and eerie howls of coyotes, echoing across the empty fields or through the woods. Their calls were wild and lonely, but strangely beautiful. It never felt scary, just a reminder I was in a place where nature ruled. I particularly loved the night I camped between two owls, who hooted back and forth all night like some strange duet, sending me off into sleep with a kind of music I had never heard before. For the first month of my trip, the sounds of the wild became my companions. I didn't mind being alone. I had learned to find peace in silence and to listen carefully to the world around me. But that peace was broken one night in early September, somewhere in Montana, deep in a forest where I decided to camp. I had been riding for days along winding backroads and quiet trails. The trees were tall and thick there, old pines and firs stretching high into the sky. The ground was covered with a carpet of dry needles and leaves, and the air smelled faintly of earth and pine sap. The sun had set behind the hills when I stopped to set up camp. I chose a small clearing about 50 yards from a narrow dirt path that led deeper into the woods. It was the kind of spot where you could disappear and no one would bother you. I unloaded my gear quietly and pitched my tent. The night was clear, the stars just starting to peek out above the treetops. Usually, at this hour, the forest would already be alive with the sounds of insects and animals waking up for the night. But this time there was nothing. No crickets chirping, no frogs croaking in a nearby pond, no distant calls from owls or coyotes. Not even a gentle breeze stirred the leaves. The silence felt strange at first, almost unnatural. It was the kind of quiet that made your own breathing sound too loud. I remember pausing to listen and realizing that even my heartbeats felt exposed in that stillness. I told myself it was just one of those nights when everything is calm before a storm or when animals settle down, but deep inside, I knew this was different. As I lay in my tent, ready to fall asleep, the silence stayed. And then it began to feel heavier, like the entire forest was holding its breath. The absence of noise was so complete it felt like a weight pressing down on my chest. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap somewhere nearby. It was a small sound, but on that night, it exploded in the quiet like a gunshot. My muscles tensed and my breath caught. I sat still, waiting for something else, anything else. The snap was followed by the faint rustle of leaves, and then another snap, closer this time. In any other forest night, these sounds would have blended into the background. But here, they were sharp and clear, like footsteps creeping closer through the underbrush. My mind raced, imagining whatever might be out there. An animal? A person? Something else? I tried to calm myself. It could be a deer, or a raccoon, or some other small animal. But the sound didn't stop. It seemed to circle the clearing, moving with quiet purpose, almost like it was stalking. I reached for my flashlight, keeping it off but ready in my hand. My fingers brushed the zipper of my tent slowly, trying not to make noise. I didn't want to startle whatever was out there, or let it know I was awake and aware. The silence returned for a moment, then came a heavy, slow breath, not my own. I could hear it faintly, like someone exhaling softly right outside the tent. I lay frozen, heart pounding, as the breath faded and the night grew quiet again. But this time the quiet felt darker, more sinister. The forest wasn't just silent. It was waiting. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the thought of stepping out of my tent into that empty blackness made me hesitate. I could hear my own thoughts pounding louder than any noise outside. Minutes passed. The sound of footsteps stopped. I told myself to relax, to remember all the nights I had spent camping alone and how safe I usually felt. But safety felt far away, like a distant memory. As the night wore on, every tiny noise seemed amplified. The brush of a leaf, the scurrying of small creatures, the distant call of an owl that finally broke the silence. I listened carefully, trying to separate normal sounds from the ones that made me uneasy. Eventually, exhaustion took over. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but my mind stayed alert, scanning the darkness just beyond the thin fabric of my tent. Every time I heard a sound, I jerked awake, heart racing. When dawn finally broke, I was relieved. The light felt like a shield, pushing back the darkness and the fear that had settled over me. I packed up quickly, eager to leave that silent forest behind. As I rode away, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been out there with me that night was still watching, waiting in the shadows. I didn't look back. That night in Montana was the worst night's sleep I had in the entire 7 months and 179 nights I spent on the road. It was the loudest silence I ever heard, the kind of silence that makes you feel completely alone, even when you're surrounded by trees. I never did figure out what was out there that night. Maybe it was just an animal, maybe someone passing through. But whatever it was, it taught me that sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you see or hear, it's what the silence hides. Working on a ship for months at a time changes the way you think about space and silence. When you're out at sea, with nothing but endless water all around you and no land in sight, every creak, every groan of the ship's steel hull feels louder than it should. The nights stretch long, and the days feel like a blur, especially when you work night shift. I used to work the graveyard shift, which meant my sleep time was smack in the middle of the day. Most of the time, the sleeping quarters would be crowded. Maybe 20 to 30 guys packed into the bunks stacked 3 high, all trying to get some rest before their next shift. Surprisingly, I liked the daytime sleep hours. It was quieter than at night, because most of the guys were out working or just doing whatever it was they had to do. The difference was that when it was just a few of us in the room, you could actually hear the ship breathe, the soft creaking of the walls and floorboards shifting slightly with the ocean's sway. It was a gentle rocking, not enough to disturb you, but enough to remind you that you were floating in the middle of nowhere, miles and miles from the shore. It had this eerie but calming effect. I thought it was peaceful. That peace lasted a while. Then, for some reason, the sleeping quarters started to empty out until one time it was only 2 of us left in there. I thought that was weird, but sometimes the ship's crew just gets shifted around or pulled off for other duties. At first, it was fine, but after the first day, I started noticing a noise, little tapping sounds, light and distant at first. I told myself it was just something normal, the ship maybe, or some other guy moving around without making a fuss. I didn't want to think too much about it, but the tapping didn't stop. At first, it was soft, just a light tap every few seconds, almost like someone was gently knocking on the wall, or maybe fingernails drumming on metal. It didn't seem important, but after a while, the tapping got faster, more persistent. Sometimes it got louder, like someone tapping hard on the wall or the floor. It wasn't just annoying, it was starting to get under my skin because it was constant, and it was always in the same room. I glanced over at the other guy. He was fast asleep, chest rising and falling with steady, quiet breaths, his light snoring almost a lullaby compared to the tapping. I thought maybe I was just tired and imagining it, but no. The noise kept coming, echoing around the room like it was bouncing off the metal walls and floating through the stale air. I tried to ignore it, but it was impossible. That night, I worked my shift, and when I saw my mate, I tried to ask if he heard it too. He just said he was too tired to notice anything like that, didn't want to get involved. I guess I was on my own. The next day, I didn't sleep right away. Instead, I stayed awake on purpose. I wanted to catch whatever was causing that tapping. I waited for it to start, and just as I expected, it did, that soft tapping, gentle at first but then growing louder faster. It was maddening. I got up and began walking around, trying to track where the noise was coming from. I moved from one empty bunk to another, listening closely. The tapping seemed to shift, as if it was moving around the room. Sometimes it was near the door, then closer to the corner by the window, then near the ceiling above the racks. The sound was like an echo, bouncing, confusing me. I felt a knot tightening in my chest. This wasn't just some random noise. It felt deliberate. Finally, I stopped at one of the metal racks, and the tapping was loud and clear. My heart was pounding hard, louder than the tapping itself. I reached out and pulled the curtain to the side. What I saw made me freeze for a second. There he was, the biggest guy I had ever seen on the ship. His chest was broad, his arms thick with muscle, and he was lying in the bunk, half covered by a blanket. But what really shocked me was what he was doing. He was holding himself mid-stroke. His hand was wrapped around his dick, and his elbow was pressed firmly against the metal wall, banging it over and over, creating the noise that had been driving me crazy for days. I didn't know what to say. I had all kinds of speeches lined up in my head for the guy keeping me up, but none of them felt right anymore. The only sound I made was a small yelp, caught off guard, and I quickly realized how awkward the whole situation was. I was locking eyes with a man masturbating and simultaneously causing a racket with his elbow. His elbow was the culprit all along. The tapping wasn't some ghost or weird ship noise. It was just his elbow knocking on the wall again and again, keeping me awake. For a moment, I just stared at him. Then I gathered what little courage I had and gave a tired, annoyed look. It was supposed to say, "Dude, stop that," but it came out more like an apology. I guess because I felt embarrassed for interrupting him. Without waiting for any explanation or comment, I nodded, rolled my eyes, and walked away. I told myself this was just part of the job, living in close quarters with other guys, dealing with strange habits, and learning how to live with it. The days after that were still tough. Avoiding him was nearly impossible because we shared the same sleeping room. I learned to use earplugs, which helped block out most of the noise. I kept the curtain on my bunk drawn tight to give me some privacy and comfort. Still, there was something about sleeping on a ship, so far from land, surrounded by the constant rhythm of the ocean and the steel hull, that made every little noise feel amplified and every little disturbance impossible to ignore. Sometimes, I would lay awake after the tapping had stopped, thinking about how strange it was to be stuck with that kind of noise and that kind of awkwardness in such a small space. I'd listen to the creaking and groaning of the ship again, the soft sway beneath me, and try to remind myself that this was normal life on a ship. No ghosts, no creepy shadows, just the reality of sharing your sleeping space with other people, each with their own quirks and habits. And sometimes, those habits could drive you mad, but you learned to deal with it. You had to, because out here on the ocean, the ship is your home. Strange noises, awkward moments, and all. When I was 8 years old, I lived in Milford, Michigan. It was a small town, quiet and surrounded by woods and farms, with that old peaceful feeling that made you think nothing bad could ever happen there. I spent a lot of time at my aunt's farm property, which was right across from a wooded field. That field was kind of a secret spot for me, a place I could explore when I was there, even though I was supposed to stay close. My aunt's farm sat just a little way down from a mobile home park called Child's Lake. The park itself was nothing fancy, just rows of small homes and trailers nestled near the woods and the lake. I never really paid much attention to the park when I was a kid. It was just part of the neighborhood, nothing more. But the field next to the farm was different. It was wild, with tall grasses, thick trees, and soft patches of earth that looked like they hadn't been disturbed in a long time. My aunt always said it was private property and not to go in there too far, but as kids do, I never really listened all the time. The woods were too tempting. I was out there one day with my aunt's dog, a big brown lab named Duke. Duke was one of those dogs who loved to dig. He'd sniff around and then suddenly start clawing at the dirt with his paws, sending clumps of earth flying behind him. I followed him around, watching his nose go from one spot to another. That day, Duke started digging near a patch of wildflowers growing close to the edge of the woods. I walked over to see what had caught his attention. That's when I saw it, a bone sticking out of the dirt. At first, I thought it was just a piece of old wood, or maybe a stick that had been buried and broken over time. But when I crouched down and picked it up, I realized it was something else. It was a jawbone, a half of a lower jaw with teeth still in it. The teeth were yellowed and dirty, but they looked strangely real. The bone itself was smooth and curved, with some dirt stuck in the crevices. I felt a strange mix of fascination and nervousness as I held it. It was kind of cool, like something out of a museum or a storybook. I decided to bring it home with me. I tucked the bone into my jacket pocket, careful not to drop it as Duke wagged his tail and looked up at me, happy to have found something interesting. When I got back to the farm, I showed the bone to my aunt. She took one look and frowned, telling me it must be from an animal, maybe a deer or a coyote. She said it was probably nothing to worry about, and that bones like that were common in the woods. I didn't question her, even though a part of me felt like it was more than just an animal's bone. But she was the adult, so I believed her and left it at that. I kept the bone for a while, putting it on my bedroom shelf. I liked looking at it sometimes, turning it over in my hands, and imagining what it might have belonged to. But I didn't show it to many people after my aunt's reaction. It felt private, like a secret treasure from the woods. Later, I heard something on the news that made me think differently about that bone. I don't remember how exactly I found out, but it was a story about a serial killer named Leslie Allen Williams who had been arrested in the area. The news said he was responsible for killing 4 girls from the local towns, including Milford, and that he had buried their bodies in the woods near Child's Lake. The police had been digging up the field behind the mobile home park, searching for more evidence. Suddenly, the jawbone I found didn't seem like just a piece of animal remains. I started wondering if it could have been one of those victims. The thought made me feel cold and uneasy. I still had the bone, but I didn't want to touch it anymore. It felt heavy, like a piece of something terrible I couldn't understand, but somehow had stumbled upon by accident. After the news stories, my aunt told me not to go near the field again. She sounded serious this time, more than just a warning about getting dirty or lost. She said the police had found bodies out there, and it was a crime scene. She didn't want me to be anywhere near it. From then on, I stayed away. Even as a kid, I could tell things had changed. The peaceful feeling of the town felt like it had cracked open to reveal something darker underneath. The woods weren't just a place to explore anymore. They were a place of secrets and danger. I never brought the jawbone back to the farm or showed it to anyone else. Eventually, I lost it, probably dropped it somewhere or threw it away, though I don't remember exactly. Maybe part of me didn't want to keep something that reminded me of something so grim. Years passed, and the story of Leslie Allen Williams stayed with the town. The murders were talked about at school, in quiet voices, and people seemed more careful around that area of the woods. I grew up knowing that the world wasn't always safe, and that sometimes terrible things happened in the places you thought were just ordinary. Looking back now, I realize how strange it was that a child like me would find something connected to something so horrific without even knowing it at the time. That jawbone was a silent reminder of the lives lost and the shadows hiding in the quiet parts of a small town. I never forgot about that day, or the feeling of holding something that belonged to someone who didn't get to tell their story. It's a memory that stayed with me, not because it was exciting or fun, but because it was a small piece of a painful truth that no one wanted to face. That field across from my aunt's farm is still there, quiet and overgrown, but I don't go near it anymore. I don't need to. Some places keep their secrets, and some things are better left buried. It was near Halloween, a time when stories about real things that happened sometimes feel closer, sharper, like the dark outside pressing in a little harder. That night, my friends and I gathered around, trading ghost stories. Not the kind with monsters or magic, but the kind that unsettled you because you could imagine them happening, because they were real. One of my friends said she wanted to tell a story about her parents' first date. She said she hated telling it because it was true, but we kept pushing her to share it. Her parents had a quiet kind of evening. It was the sort of first date that's a little awkward, but also sweet in its own way. They went out for dinner, talked about the usual things, music, school, plans for the future, and as the night went on, they got more comfortable around each other. When it was time to say goodnight, the dad suggested something unexpected, a midnight hike up Provo Canyon. He'd been rock climbing there before and knew the area well enough to think it would be a good adventure. The two of them drove to the mouth of the canyon, parked the car, and started walking under the open sky. It was a new moon night, so the stars were sharp points of light, but no moonlight softened the shadows. The air was cool and crisp, and the canyon felt quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. The trail they took was familiar to him, winding up through the rocks and trees. As they moved further, the dad began to feel something off. It was a bad feeling, not something he could put a name to, but a nagging sense that something wasn't right. The path ahead led under a thick canopy of trees, and that part of the trail was darker than the rest, pitch black in places, even with the stars above. He told himself to ignore the feeling, that it was probably just his imagination, but it lingered. His date later admitted she felt it too, though she didn't know the trail well enough to know why. They both agreed it was a quiet unease, a shadow over the night that didn't belong. As they stepped into the trees, the air changed. The quiet was deeper, the darkness thicker. The dad's foot hit something soft on the ground. In the faint light, he couldn't make out what it was. It wasn't a branch or a rock. The texture beneath his shoe was different, like something living or recently alive, but the chill that ran down his spine told him it was neither. The bad feeling came back with force. They didn't stop to investigate. Instead, they turned and hurried back the way they'd come, adrenaline pushing their steps faster than before. Neither spoke much on the way back, but the shared sense of unease hung between them like a thick fog. Years later, the parents were watching a television interview with Ted Bundy, a serial killer whose name sent shivers through anyone who had heard it. During the interview, Bundy described a night he thought he almost got caught. He talked about how he had lured a girl into Provo Canyon and killed her there. As he finished, he said that he heard people coming up the trail and hid in the trees, watching as a man walked right into the body and for some reason just turned around and left. Suddenly, the dad and mom realized that they had been those people. They had stumbled on a fresh corpse that night during their first date. The soft thing under his foot was not a rock or a branch but a human body, still there when they had passed by, close enough to touch without seeing it in the dark. They never went back to Provo Canyon at night after that. The story isn't just about fear or chance. It's about how close some moments come to disaster without us knowing. How sometimes you're walking on a path and don't realize the edge is right under your feet. The parents never told many people because it didn't feel like a story anyone would believe or want to hear. But they lived with it, the knowledge that they had been there, in the same place where something terrible had just happened, and by some twist of fate, walked away unharmed, unaware. It stayed with them, quiet and heavy, a secret wound in the background of their lives. They didn't speak about it much, but the feeling never left. The feeling that sometimes, even when you think you're just taking a simple walk, you're passing through a moment you'll never forget. That night, in the dark under the trees of Provo Canyon, was one of those moments. Last November, I found myself back out in the woods where I've spent countless hours hunting and watching. That year, the weather was rough, gray skies heavy with moisture, and the cold had settled deep into the ground. The forecast promised freezing rain turning to snow, and by mid-morning the rain did just that, switching from icy droplets to soft, thick flakes drifting down through the naked branches. I was perched at the end of a ridgeline, one of my favorite spots because it gave a good vantage point over a sprawling area below, thick with beech trees. The ridge itself wasn't steep, but at the end where I sat, there was a sharp drop of about 20 feet straight down into the trees. Behind me, the ridge sloped gently down into a small streambed I could hear trickling beneath the leaves and mud. The top of the ridge was scattered with trees, old stumps, fallen logs, and large rocks, perfect natural cover to stay hidden and move quietly. I had been on watch for about 4 hours. The air was cold and damp, the kind of chill that seeps through clothing and makes your fingers stiff. My boots rested firmly on the frozen ground, and my breath came out in little clouds I could see against the gray sky. The wind was steady, blowing from my left, carrying with it the scent of wet earth, rotting leaves, and distant pine. I was sitting low, trying to stay still, eyes scanning the woods below, looking for any sign of movement, any hint of game. Hunting in these conditions was tough. The snow was starting to settle lightly, muffling sounds. The beech trees below stood like a silent crowd, their branches bare and gray. Suddenly, something caught the corner of my eye, movement just to my immediate left. It was subtle at first, like a flicker of shadow, but my instincts kicked in immediately. I snapped my head around, my heart jumping. Just 6 feet away, less than the length of my outstretched arm, a coyote stood frozen, looking right at me. It had come out from behind a boulder that sat about 8 feet to my left, stepping up onto the ridgeline, right above where I was seated. For a moment, time seemed to stretch. The coyote's eyes locked with mine, wild but wary. It was a lean animal, for mottled gray and brown, wet from the freezing rain and snow. Its nose twitched, nostrils flaring as it tried to figure out what I was. I realized then I was downwind from it, the wind blowing my scent away from the coyote, so it hadn't caught me before. I could feel the tension in my chest rise sharply. My rifle lay beside me, but since I was left-handed, it was angled the opposite way from where the coyote had appeared. My hands went on automatic, trying to swing the rifle around fast enough to take aim. But before I could, the coyote jumped back, retreating swiftly over the boulder and disappearing into the brush. I jumped up, heart pounding in my ears, eyes scanning frantically for any sign of it. But it was gone, melted into the woods like a shadow. I took a few hurried steps after it, but the dense brush and snow slowed me down. I knew chasing it wouldn't do much good, so I stopped, catching my breath, feeling the adrenaline ebb away slowly. That close call raised my senses, putting me on edge for the rest of the day. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of twig, even the whisper of the wind seemed louder and more threatening. I stayed alert, shifting my position carefully, always watching. The cold seeped deeper into my bones as the hours passed. The snow thickened, softening the ground and coating the trees in white. I kept my rifle close, hands numb but steady. I kept telling myself the woods were quiet now, that the coyote had moved on, but something about that encounter stayed with me, a reminder of just how close the wild was and how quickly things could change out here. Eventually, I made my way back along the ridge as the sun dipped low behind the hills. The snow was falling harder now, muffling everything beneath its blanket. My boots crunched softly on the frozen ground, and the cold air filled my lungs. I thought back to the coyote and the sudden rush of fear and surprise. It wasn't the first time I'd seen a wild animal close up like that, but the way it had appeared, so suddenly, so close, felt different. It was a reminder of the unpredictable nature of the woods. You can prepare all you want, but sometimes you just have to respect that you're a guest in their territory. That night, as I lay in my tent, listening to the wind howl outside and the snow tapping against the fabric, I felt a mix of awe and unease. The woods were alive, full of creatures moving silently beneath the trees. And somewhere out there, the coyote was still roaming, a shadow in the cold, wild forest. I knew I'd be back out there again. Hunting isn't just about the game. It's about that connection with the land, with the quiet moments and sudden surprises. And that day, on that ridgeline, I'd been reminded just how close to the wild I really was. Almost every day for years, my friend and I used to walk in the woods near his place. It was the kind of woods that stretched wide and deep, with tall pines and thick underbrush, little trails that twisted through the trees and sometimes opened up onto small clearings where the sunlight broke through in patches. The ground was covered with pine needles, leaves, and the odd fallen branch. We knew every inch of those woods. It was quiet most days, except for the usual sounds: birds, the wind rustling leaves, squirrels skittering up trees. Nothing too unusual. But there was one thing that always felt strange. Almost every time we walked together, we heard footsteps around us. Not just once or twice, but all the time. When we started walking, we'd hear the soft sound of steps, some behind us, some ahead, and sometimes to the sides, all around us. It was unmistakably the sound of people walking on dry leaves and dirt. It wasn't the usual animals scurrying or the wind blowing through branches. It sounded like human footsteps, slow and steady. At first, we thought maybe other hikers or hunters were around. But whenever we stopped walking, the footsteps stopped too. They only happened when we both walked. If one of us stopped and the other kept moving, the footsteps disappeared. It was as if the sound needed two people moving at the same time to exist. Sometimes we'd try walking apart from each other, but the footsteps only appeared when we moved side by side or close enough to hear that rhythm. Over the first few weeks, we tried to pinpoint where the footsteps were coming from. We'd stand still, turn around, and look all around us. We saw nothing. No other people, no animals large enough to make such sounds. Just the woods and silence. But the footsteps kept following us, always matching our pace and speed. If we sped up, the footsteps sped up. If we slowed, they slowed too. If we stopped, they stopped. It felt like the woods themselves were alive with these invisible walkers. Sometimes the footsteps sounded like a group of people, sometimes just one or two. We even checked for hidden hunters or campers who might be sneaking around, but the woods looked empty. No tents, no campfires, no signs of anyone else. It was a puzzle we couldn't solve. This carried on for years. Every walk was the same. The footsteps haunted us, always just outside our sight. We'd look around, searching for shadows or signs, but only trees, bushes, and empty paths greeted us. I remember feeling uneasy, but also curious. Why did this happen only when we walked together? Why did the footsteps stop when one of us paused? We never spoke much about it. Sometimes it felt silly to mention it, like maybe our minds were playing tricks on us, or the woods had some weird echo effect we couldn't explain. But deep down, it bothered me. I kept imagining all sorts of scenarios, other hikers hiding and following us, strange people living in the woods without us knowing, or even some kind of natural phenomenon we didn't understand. One day, after years of this, we decided to take a different route. Instead of going into the woods, we walked down the old road that ran alongside the forest. It was a narrow, gravel road that led from his house to the nearest town. The trees lined the road, thick and dark, but the trail itself was clear. We figured maybe the footsteps would stop if we stayed on the open road, away from the forest paths. We walked in silence, expecting the usual quiet. But then, out of nowhere, the footsteps started again. This time, they came from the woods to our right, close enough that we could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. The sound was slow and steady, like a person walking right beside us on the edge of the trees. We stopped and looked towards the woods, expecting to see a figure, or at least some movement. At first, there was nothing. The shadows moved with the wind, but no shape appeared. Then, after a few moments, we spotted it. It was a tiny bird, about 4 inches tall. Small, almost like a baby bird or one of those tiny songbirds. It was hopping on the forest floor, moving slowly and carefully over the dry leaves, perfectly matching the pace of human walking. The bird wasn't just hopping randomly like birds usually do. It moved with a deliberate, even rhythm that sounded exactly like footsteps. At first, it seemed impossible. A little bird making the sound of human steps. But it fit perfectly. The footsteps that had followed us for years were caused by these tiny birds hopping quietly in the underbrush. The birds hopping was enough to sound like someone walking on dry leaves. It wasn't just one bird. Once we noticed, we started to see them everywhere in the woods. Small birds, hopping carefully and quietly. They weren't common in my woods, but in his woods, they were all over the place. We never paid attention to them before because they were so small and quiet, but now everything made sense. We felt a strange relief after figuring it out. Years of wondering and worrying about invisible walkers following us, only to find out it was just a group of tiny birds hopping around. No ghosts, no mysterious people, no threats. Just birds. After that, the footsteps stopped feeling creepy. We still heard the little hopping sounds sometimes, but now we knew what they were. We weren't alone, but we weren't being followed either. It was a simple, real thing we could explain. The woods felt different after that. Less eerie, more alive in a peaceful way. And for the first time in a long time, our walks were calm, without the strange feeling of being watched by unseen footsteps. The walking things that followed us turned out to be just birds, living their quiet lives in the forest undergrowth. It wasn't a spooky story or a scary mystery anymore. It was just nature doing what nature does, small creatures moving quietly through the woods. And that was enough. When I was younger, I worked for a logging company in Alaska doing survey work. I was fit and used to hiking long distances, so they sent me in first to check the terrain and figure out the best ways to access the area they planned to harvest. The job was straightforward, but the wilderness there was something else entirely, vast, wild, and sometimes downright intimidating. I always traveled light but prepared. My pack was modest, a U.S. Army mess kit, a few MREs, some spare clothes, a fire-starting kit, a bivouac sack, a sturdy axe, a sharp hunting knife, bear spray, and a .357 revolver. I liked to cut myself a thick hiking stick before setting out. It gave me something solid to lean on and felt like a good companion in the bush. The pack was heavy enough, but it kept me ready for whatever the forest might throw at me. The first day on the trail was long but uneventful. I hiked through thick spruce and cedar forests, the ground soft underfoot from years of moss and fallen needles. The air was crisp and smelled like pine and earth. I set a steady pace, taking breaks to map out the land, check compass bearings, and note any natural obstacles or routes that might help the logging crews later. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing beside a slow-moving creek and decided to make camp. Night fell quickly. The silence was deep. No city hum, no distant cars or planes, just the soft sounds of the forest settling down. A faint breeze whispered through the trees, rustling leaves and branches gently. I built a small fire and cooked my dinner in the mess kit. After eating, I wrapped myself in the bivy sack and fell asleep under a blanket of stars. I woke once in the night. At first, I thought it was the wind making noises through the trees, but for a moment, the sound felt too deliberate, like something moving just beyond the firelight. I blinked into the dark and saw nothing, just shadows dancing. I shrugged it off and went back to sleep. The next morning, I packed up early and headed deeper into the forest toward the designated logging site. The terrain was uneven, with fallen logs, thick underbrush, and hidden bogs. I carefully picked my way, marking spots on my map where trucks and machinery might struggle. By noon, I reached the clearing the company had marked for harvesting. It was a vast stand of old-growth trees, thick and towering, with the ground beneath littered in needles, cones, and broken branches. I started my survey work, measuring tree diameters, noting species, and scouting possible paths for access roads. The sun was high, filtering through the canopy in mottled patterns. But as the afternoon wore on, a gnawing feeling grew inside me. That old, familiar sense of being watched. I've had it before, alone in the wild, when the hairs on the back of my neck stand up and my skin prickles. At first, I tried to ignore it. Told myself it was just my imagination, paranoia creeping in after hours of solitude. But it didn't fade. Instead, it grew heavier, like a weight pressing down on my senses. I kept looking around, trying to catch movement, but saw nothing. Still, I felt eyes on me. My hand hovered near my revolver at times. The wind rustled branches nearby, but that wasn't the only sound. I thought I heard low grunts and heavy breathing, just on the edge of hearing. By late afternoon, the sun was lowering fast, and I started thinking about setting up camp. I knew the forest would be cold at night, and I wanted to rest before heading back the next day. I picked a spot near a small ridge overlooking part of the clearing, a place with some natural windbreaks and good visibility. But just as I started unpacking, I heard rustling in the brush behind me. I froze and slowly turned, scanning the thick trees and bushes. Through a narrow gap, I caught sight of something large, low to the ground, moving just out of clear view. It was massive, broad shoulders, dark fur that blended perfectly with the shadows. I only saw a glimpse, but it was enough. My heart started pounding. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my pack and started walking fast away from the spot, not even bothering to set up camp. The feeling of being watched exploded into outright terror. Every step I took, I kept glancing back, half expecting to see that thing following. I walked fast for miles. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the forest turned pitch black. I used my headlamp to guide me and tried to stay calm, breathing steadily, keeping my revolver ready and my hiking stick in hand. I could hear nothing but my own footsteps and ragged breathing. At some point, exhaustion crept in. I had been moving almost non-stop for about 10 miles before I finally slowed and decided it was safe enough to rest. The feeling of being watched had vanished, at least for now. I picked a small spot near a stream and set up a quick bivvy, leaving my revolver and bear spray close at hand. I slept lightly that night, waking every few hours to listen for sounds. The forest was alive, bird calls, rustling leaves, distant howls. But no heavy footsteps, no low growls. Morning light was a relief. When I finally packed up and checked around the camp, my stomach dropped. There were massive tracks everywhere, huge bear prints, far larger than any I'd seen before. They circled my campsite, pressed into the soft earth and mud, sometimes dragging claws in long arcs. The prints were fresh. It had been right there, moving through the spot I'd spent the night. My heart was pounding again, but this time out of respect and fear rather than panic. I had narrowly avoided something dangerous. I broke camp faster than I ever had before. Every second counted. I kept my revolver loaded and within arm's reach. Bear spray hung from my packed shoulder strap, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. I stayed alert for the rest of the trip out. The forest felt different now, alive with unseen eyes and hidden threats. I reported everything to the logging company when I returned. The tracks, the feeling, the sighting. They assured me they'd take precautions. But I never forgot that day. I'd seen the shadow, heard the heavy breathing, and felt the weight of a massive creature watching me. Months later, the company confirmed what I'd feared. A worker had been attacked and killed by a huge male grizzly bear in the area I had surveyed. The details matched everything I had felt and seen. The bear was enormous, aggressive, and clearly defending its territory. A year after that, hunters in the region shot one of the largest grizzlies I've ever heard about. Its paw size matched the tracks I'd found. I sometimes wonder if it was the same bear that had been stalking me during that hike. That experience taught me a lot about the wild and how quickly things can turn dangerous when you're alone. I never took the forest for granted after that. No matter how fit or prepared you think you are, nature has its own rules, and sometimes you're not the one calling the shots. Living on a ranch isn't what most people imagine when they think about scary stories. It's quiet, wide open, full of animals, and sometimes, when the wind shifts just right, it carries sounds that make you think twice about what's out there. I'm not a hunter, never really was. But for a while, my family lived on a ranch that belonged to my parents, and there was a lot about that place that got under my skin, mostly because it was so isolated. We had motion-activated cameras set up around the property, mainly near the deer feeders. These cameras weren't high-tech, just regular ones that snapped a photo when something moved in front of them. The idea was to check if javelinas were around, or to see where the cattle liked to hang out the most. Nothing fancy, just practical. One day, my uncle came to the house after spending a night camping out near one of the feeders. He was an outdoorsy guy, used to sleeping in places like that, but he looked shaken. He told us that late into the night, he heard something big rustling around near the deer blind he was using. He said it wasn't an animal, or at least it didn't sound like the usual critters. It was heavier, slower, and more deliberate. The kind of noise that makes you stop and hold your breath, waiting for the next sound to come. My uncle had brought one of the motion camera memory cards with him, hoping we'd find some clue about what was making those noises. My dad and I went with him to the local photo shop to get the pictures developed. The anticipation was weird, like waiting to see something that you didn't want to see, but had to. When we got the prints back, there were about 20 pictures in total. The first few showed a man wandering around the feeder, looking down at the ground. His clothes were dark, blending into the background, but you could tell he was definitely a man. The shape of his head, his build. He seemed cautious, like he was checking the area for something specific. After a few shots, he moved closer to a tree nearby and appeared to be doing something there. The pictures weren't clear enough to show exactly what he was doing, maybe tying something or scratching at the bark. But the way he moved his hands made it clear he was focused on that tree. Then, about 15 pictures in, another man appears. This one was smaller, but you could see him clearly in the middle of the frame. He came up behind the first man and looked up at the tree. Both of them stayed just long enough to look around before they left the scene together. The whole time, neither of them glanced at the camera, so it was clear they didn't know it was there. The thing that really set us on edge was that this was on our land. No one in our family knew them. The ranch is massive, a good few hundred acres of open fields and patches of woods, so it's not uncommon for animals to roam. But people? That was different, especially people sneaking around in the dead of night. A few days later, my uncle and my dad decided to check the spot in person. They wanted to see if they could find any signs of what those men were doing near the tree. When they got there, they found a thin string tied around the tree's trunk. The string led to the other side, where a deflated helium balloon was stuck, hanging limp and gray against the bark. It looked like one of those balloons you get at birthday parties. Plain, no designs or writing on it, just an empty balloon that had been used for something. The whole setup made no sense, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Naturally, this freaked us out. It's one thing to know strangers were on the ranch. It's another to have them leave something behind like that, like a message or a marker. We never found out what it was for. The balloon didn't match anything we knew about hunting or ranching. It wasn't a signal we recognized, and we couldn't figure out why anyone would put a balloon tied to a tree on a remote piece of land. After that, my uncle and dad took turns staying out in the deer blind every night, hoping to catch whoever it was if they came back. They camped out for nearly a week, but no one ever showed up again. The cameras stayed put, but they didn't catch any more visitors. The photos were grainy and the cameras were old, so identifying the men wasn't possible. No faces, no names, just shadows and shapes in the night. Even now, I can't help but wonder who they were. What were they doing out there, so far from anywhere else? And why didn't they come back? Living on a ranch, you get used to strange things. You hear noises at night, animals moving through the brush, sometimes something that feels a little off. But this was different. We had proof, not just sounds or shadows, but pictures of real people we never invited or saw. It's one thing to imagine a rustling in the trees. It's another to see someone's face in the dark and realize you don't know them. After that, my family got more serious about security. We added more cameras, better lights, and even put up some signs warning about trespassers. It never stopped me from feeling uneasy whenever I went outside at night, especially near that feeder and the tree with the balloon. The ranch is still the same place it was, quiet, full of animals, wide open spaces. But every time I pass that spot, I think about those two men. I think about how they moved like they belonged there, but didn't, and how we were lucky they never came back. Because some things that creep around in the dark aren't wild animals. Some things are people. And when you don't know what they want, or why they're there, it's enough to keep you watching over your shoulder, long after the sun goes down. I had been planning the mushroom hunt for a few days, thinking about the patch of woods about a mile from my house where the ground stayed moist and shady enough for the mushrooms I liked. The area was familiar. I had been there before, usually finding morels and some chanterelles if the season was right. It was the kind of place I liked to go alone sometimes, because the quiet helped me think, and the walk itself was peaceful. The fields and woods around here weren't wild in the sense of being totally untouched, but they held a lot of life. Deer, coyotes, sometimes the distant howl of wolves, and in the right season, the tracks of bears. There were bobcats too, but I had never run into any trouble with any of them. That morning, I set out with my small backpack, a knife in a sheath at my belt, and a small basket. The sun was already climbing, bright but not too hot, the air crisp from the early spring thaw. The grass was still wet from the morning dew as I stepped out into the goldenrod field near the edge of the woods. The stalks stood tall, brushing against my shoulders, their yellow flowers bright against the blue sky. The field stretched for a good 50 yards, a sea of goldenrod bending slightly in the breeze. I took my time, stepping carefully, looking out for mushrooms or anything interesting. The smell was sharp and sweet, the kind of smell that made you think of late summer, even though it was just early spring. Bees buzzed lazily around the flowers, and a few small birds flitted in the bushes at the edge of the field. I was halfway through the field when the familiar crunch of dry grass and leaves underfoot was suddenly swallowed by an odd silence. The birds stopped singing. The breeze died down. I noticed the usual hum of insects seemed to vanish. It was as if the field and the woods were holding their breath. That's when I felt it, a shift in the air, an odd heaviness pressing down, something that didn't make sense at first. It wasn't a sound or a shape, but more a sudden awareness in the back of my mind that something was wrong. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and a cold sweat broke out along my neck. My heart picked up a little, not in panic but in sharp alertness. I stopped moving and scanned the edge of the woods where I planned to step in. The trees stood tall, their dark trunks casting long shadows in the bright sunlight. Normally, this was a place I loved, the smell of damp earth, the moss growing thick on the rocks, the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden shafts. Today, it looked different, somehow darker, almost like it was waiting. I stood still for several minutes, trying to shake off the feeling. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe nerves from being alone. The air was warm, the sun was out, and nothing looked out of place. No footprints, no broken branches, no unusual scents. Nothing that should have made me feel this way. But the feeling stayed, a tight knot of anxiety in my chest that wouldn't loosen. I debated stepping into the woods or turning back. My fingers clenched and unclenched at my sides, my breathing shallow. Normally, I would have gone in without a second thought, but something inside me screamed that I shouldn't. It wasn't a sudden panic, but a clear warning, like a red flag waving in my mind. Finally, I made my choice. I turned away from the woods and back towards the open field. The goldenrod swayed softly in the breeze again, and the birds started up their songs once more, but I didn't look back. I walked briskly away, my eyes scanning the field, my senses on high alert. When I reached a different patch of woods farther down the road, I started looking for mushrooms again, but my heart wasn't in it. The peace I usually felt out here was gone, replaced by a lingering unease. I kept my pace faster than usual and didn't stray far from the edge of the clearing. That day stayed with me for a long time. I couldn't explain what had set off the feeling. Maybe an animal, maybe a person, maybe just the woods themselves. But I never ignored that instinct. I've learned to trust it because it has saved me before. On other occasions when I brushed it aside, I ended up hurt or in uncomfortable situations. It's that quiet voice inside, the one you don't always hear, but when you do, it's better to listen. I went back to that spot a few times after that day. Each time I approached, the feeling didn't come back. The woods were as peaceful as ever, full of the usual sounds and scents. Whatever was there that day, it was gone. In a place where bears roam, where wolves and coyotes stalk the night, and bobcats watch silently from the shadows, you learn to respect the land. You learn to read the signs and trust your senses. That day, I did exactly that, and I believe it saved me. The lesson was clear. Sometimes the most important thing you can do is to turn away, to trust the feeling that tells you something isn't right, even if you can't see or hear what it is. Because whatever it was in those woods that day, I did the right thing by not going in. I still remember that night clearly, even though I was only about 5 or 6 years old at the time. It's strange how some memories, especially the scary ones, seem to cling to you forever, almost like they're glued in place with a kind of sticky fear. It wasn't a real horror story, not like the ones you hear about in movies or books with monsters and ghosts. It was something much more ordinary, much more real, and somehow, that made it even more frightening at the time. Our families had this tradition when we went camping together, something the grown-ups called a scary hike. It was supposed to be fun, a way to make the older kids a little nervous, maybe give them a little thrill. The adults planned it carefully. One of the dads would sneak off into the woods and pretend to be some kind of monster or wild animal. The older kids would be told to stick together and try to run away from the monster. And the adults watching from the campsite would cheer and laugh when the kids finally made it back, safe but shaken. I wasn't old enough to fully understand what was happening, but I knew the whole thing made me scared deep in my belly. That night was chilly. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth, mixed with the smoky scent of the campfire that still smoldered near our tents. The stars were out, twinkling quietly above, but the dark forest around us felt thick and heavy, like it was closing in. The adults kept telling us to stay close and not to be scared, but their smiles looked a little strained. Maybe because it was late and they were tired from the long day of packing, driving, and setting up tents. When the scary hike started, the group of older kids, my older brother among them, got ready at the edge of the woods. I remember clutching my dad's hand tightly because everything felt strange and a little too dark. The monster, one of the dads in a hooded jacket, had disappeared into the trees, and we heard strange noises, rustling leaves, soft footsteps, low groans, and sudden snaps of twigs. My heart was pounding fast, and I wanted to run, but I was scared to let go of my dad's hand. Then the chase began. The monster came out from behind the trees with a low growl, stumbling toward us on purpose, trying to look scary. The older kids started screaming and running, their feet pounding against the soft ground covered with leaves and pine needles. I ran too, though I wasn't really sure why or where I was going. I just wanted to get away from the noise, from the shadow that seemed too close, too real. My small legs worked hard to keep up with the others. Suddenly, I heard a loud thud behind me. I looked back and saw my dad had fallen face first onto the dirt. His hand hit the ground hard, and his hood slipped back, revealing his worried face. He stayed there for a moment. Then he said, loud enough for us to hear, even over the pounding of our feet, "Oh no, go on without me." I froze for a second, confused. The others kept running, some looking back, some yelling things I couldn't understand. But my little mind jumped to the worst possible place. My dad had tripped and hurt himself, maybe badly. What if he couldn't get up? What if the monster was going to get him? What if this was the end? I stopped running, but the others pulled me forward. My eyes filled with tears. I was crying hard, my breath coming out in shaky gasps as I looked behind me again, trying to see if my dad was okay. The trees swallowed his figure, and all I could think was that I'd lost him. I thought he had died right there in the woods, left behind by all of us. I remember feeling so small and helpless, tears blurring my vision, my chest tightening with a sadness that felt way too big for a little kid. The dark around me didn't seem like fun anymore. It felt cold and empty, like the forest was swallowing all the hope I had left. When we finally made it back to the campsite, my heart was still racing. But then, through the shadows near the tents, I saw my dad walking back toward us. His clothes were dirty, his hands scraped, but he was smiling, a tired, relieved smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I felt a flood of relief crash over me, washing away the fear in an instant. But at the same time, I felt confused. How was he okay? Why did he let us run away and leave him behind? Then I looked over and saw my mom's face, and I realized the whole night was different from how I thought it was. My mom wasn't smiling or laughing like the other adults. Her face was tight and pale, and there was a kind of quiet sadness in her eyes. She was still wearing the same clothes from earlier that day. The day they had gone to a funeral for a father in our church who had died suddenly that morning. I didn't understand the full weight of that at the time, but later I found out that the mood of the whole weekend was heavier because of it. The adults had tried to keep everything normal for us kids, but some of them were carrying this quiet sorrow with them, and it made the night feel more serious than it should have been. My mom was worried, not just about the funeral or the sadness in the church, but about me and my dad and the scare we had that night. For days afterward, I kept thinking about that hike, and I kept thinking about how close I had felt to losing my dad, even if it was just pretend. I could still see the look on his face when he fell, hear the fake groan he made to make the game more real. But I also knew that for me, it wasn't just a game. It was the scariest thing I'd ever felt, even if I didn't have the words to say it then. And that's what stuck with me years later. The way something meant to be fun and silly can turn real in an instant. How fear doesn't care if it's pretend or not. How your mind can take something small and make it feel like the biggest, darkest thing in the world. That night taught me something I didn't fully understand until much later. Sometimes, the scariest moments aren't monsters or ghosts. They're the moments when you realize that the people you love aren't invincible, that they can fall, get hurt, or be left behind. And that even when everything around you is supposed to be safe and familiar, your heart can still feel like it's breaking. That night stayed with me for a long time, and honestly, writing it down helps me make sense of what happened. My dad's house was way out in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking real isolation, at least 45 minutes from the closest town by car, and the nearest neighbor was another 15 minutes beyond that. The kind of place where the road narrows down to a dirt track and you're surrounded on all sides by fields and thick forest. It was quiet, peaceful in a way, but also a place that felt empty, like something was missing. My dad rented that house from a guy he'd known since high school. They were old friends, which made things easy between them. The property itself was huge and had several large enclosures for raising pheasants. Those enclosures belonged to the owner, not my dad, so my dad's only responsibility was to watch out for anything wrong and call the owner if something came up. He didn't have to do any work on the birds, which suited him fine because his focus was mostly on the house and the land around it. The house was an old ranch-style thing, with siding faded by the sun and weather, with a porch that wrapped around two sides. Inside, it was simple but cozy. There was a big fireplace that my dad would light in the winter, and windows everywhere so you could see out into the fields. I remember how quiet it felt at night. No streetlights, no cars, just crickets and owls. We liked it because it was different from the city, but it also had this eerie side nobody talked about much. One morning, my dad noticed something was terribly wrong. He was up early as usual, walking around the property, checking things before the sun fully came up. When he got to the pheasant enclosure farthest from the house, the one that had about 50 birds, he froze. Every single bird was dead. Not a single one was left alive. It was a slaughter. Feathers scattered everywhere, bodies lying in twisted, unnatural positions. The whole scene looked like a massacre. What was even more unsettling was that none of the birds had been eaten. Usually, if a wild animal got in, like a fox or a coyote, the birds would be killed but also partly eaten or dragged off. But here, every bird looked like it had been stabbed or cut, as if someone had methodically gone through and killed them one by one with a knife. No signs of struggle beyond the feathers and blood, no tracks from a predator, nothing that made sense. It was deliberate, cold, and calculated. My dad was shaken. He called the owner right away. Luckily, the owner had security cameras set up around the property, mostly to keep an eye on the birds and make sure nobody was stealing from the farm. They went through the footage together. What they saw chilled them to the bone. In the dead of night, sometime between 2 and 4 a.m., a man neither of them recognized showed up. He didn't come near the house, didn't try to sneak around or hide. Instead, he walked right up to the fence of the furthest enclosure. The man was wearing a headlamp that lit up the ground around him like daylight. He crawled under the fence. There was a small gap just big enough for a person to squeeze through if they were careful, and went inside the pen. Then the footage showed the man methodically catching each pheasant, stabbing them with a knife. It wasn't quick or messy. It looked deliberate, almost like he was taking his time to make sure every bird was killed. The man didn't eat the birds or take them away. He left them where they fell. After going through every bird, he crawled back out the same way and disappeared into the darkness before dawn. My dad watched that video on repeat, disbelief turning into deep unease. The police were called immediately. They came out, took statements, and looked for evidence, but the man was gone. There were no tracks leading away that they could identify, no fingerprints on the fence, no witnesses because no one lived close enough to see or hear anything. The cameras caught everything, but they didn't help in identifying the man. For weeks, my dad couldn't shake the feeling of being watched or vulnerable. The thought that someone had been so close to the house and could have done something worse terrified him. He started locking all doors and windows early, kept a shotgun nearby, and even installed some cheap motion lights around the house. It wasn't enough for him. He was so spooked that he sent me and my siblings to stay with our mom in town for a few weeks while he stayed at the house. Every night, he'd keep the lights on and sleep with a gun beside his bed. He wasn't someone who got scared easily, but this shook him to the core. The owner of the property took the incident very seriously. He reinforced the fences around all the pheasant enclosures, adding metal mesh and raising the height to make it harder for anyone to crawl under. He installed alarms connected to motion sensors, set to go off if anything moved near the pens after dark. On top of that, he bought several guard dogs, big ones that were well trained to patrol the property and alert anyone who approached. These dogs were friendly during the day, always wagging tails and coming up to visitors for attention, but at night they became fierce protectors. After all those changes, nothing like that ever happened again. No strange men on the property, no mutilated birds, no break-ins. It was as if the entire nightmare had been shut down for good. Still, the image of that man under the fence, methodically killing those birds with no reason or explanation, stayed burned into my dad's memory. The police never caught the man. They didn't even get a clear idea of who he was or why he did it. The whole thing became a cold case, filed away with other strange but unsolved incidents. Sometimes my dad would look out over the fields at night and wonder what that man was thinking or why he picked that property, that night, those birds. The silence out there grew heavier after that, like the place itself remembered what happened and stayed watchful. My dad never felt truly safe again, even with all the alarms and dogs. But life moved on. The birds were replaced, the fences stayed strong, and the house kept standing against the dark. In the end, it was just a terrible act. No ghosts, no fantasies, just a man's cruel and senseless violence on a quiet farm far from anywhere. That's what made it so terrifying, because it wasn't the unknown or supernatural that threatened us. It was the real world, the dangerous and unpredictable people who can slip quietly into your life and disappear without a trace. I woke up just before dawn, somewhere around 4:30 in the morning. The light outside was still weak, the kind of bluish-gray that seeps in before the sun fully rises. I was groggy, caught in that strange space between sleep and wakefulness. The kind of moment when you don't want to fully open your eyes, but something pulls you out of your rest anyway. I wasn't sure why I woke up, but then it hit me, a pounding noise. It was faint at first, distant and irregular, like someone banging on something heavy. It was coming from outside, close to the house. I lay there, half listening, my brain still foggy. The pounding was rhythmic but uneven, as if someone was desperate or scared. After a few seconds, another sound cut through the quiet, a man's voice. It was rough and raw, strained with panic. He was yelling, "Somebody help me." The words were desperate, repeated over and over, like he was trying to make sure someone heard him, like he was calling out for a life raft in the middle of a storm. My house sits alone in the woods, about 15 minutes away from the nearest town. I live in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines and thick underbrush. There are neighbors, but they're not right next door, more like scattered here and there, a few hundred meters apart. I've always liked the solitude, the quiet. No streetlights, no passing cars, just the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional call of a bird waking up. But that morning, the usual calm was shattered. I sat up slowly in bed and looked out the windows, but it was too dark and too far away to see much from upstairs. The windows don't have curtains or blinds. I prefer the openness, the feeling of the forest wrapping around me. But all I could see was shadows and shapes. I couldn't tell where the voice was coming from exactly, only that it was somewhere near the house. The pounding continued, now louder and more frantic. I got out of bed, my bare feet touching the cold wooden floor. I felt a flicker of unease, a prickling in the back of my neck. Something was wrong. I moved to the stairs and carefully made my way down, each step creaking softly in the stillness. At the bottom, I turned toward the front door but paused, listening again. The pounding wasn't just on the door anymore. It was all around the house. The man was moving, running from side to side, banging on windows and doors, trying to get in. I walked slowly to the window, facing the driveway, and peered out. What I saw made my stomach tighten. There was a man, no more than mid-30s, thin and scruffy. He wore nothing but a thin, soaked t-shirt that clung to his body. No pants, no shoes. His hair was wet and matted, his eyes wide and wild with fear. He was running around the house, hitting the windows with his fists and trying the doorknobs. He kept screaming for help, his voice breaking at times, but his movements were frantic and unpredictable. Normally, I would want to help. I'm the kind of person who believes in lending a hand if someone's in trouble. But this felt different. Something about the way he was acting, so erratic, desperate, unsteady, made me hesitate. I live alone, and the thought of letting a stranger in who might be dangerous was terrifying. I had to protect myself. I backed away from the window and pulled the door handle to make sure it was locked. Then I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking slightly as I unlocked it, and quickly sent a message to my closest neighbors. I told them what was happening, that there was a man trying to get into my house, and that I needed help right away. The network here isn't always great, but I was lucky this time. The message went through. Minutes later, I heard the distant sound of a truck starting up. It was my neighbors coming over to check on me. I moved to the window again to see if the man was still there, but he was gone. The pounding had stopped. The desperate screams faded into the quiet morning. I scanned the edge of the woods surrounding my property and caught a glimpse of a shadow slipping between the trees, moving fast, away from the house. My neighbors arrived, their faces concerned but calm. They took in the scene quickly, looking around for signs of the man, but finding nothing. We waited for the RCMP to arrive, which took longer than I wanted, but the police were thorough when they did show up. They told me the man was picked up a few hundred meters into the forest by a patrol. I never found out what exactly had happened to him, or why he was running around my house in such a state. The police said he was likely in some kind of trouble, maybe mentally unstable or on drugs. I wasn't sure what to think. That morning stayed with me for a long time. I kept replaying the sounds, the pounding, the screams, and the image of that man, lost and desperate, trying to find safety in a place that wasn't safe for either of us. Living alone means trusting your instincts, being ready for the unexpected. That day, my instincts kept me safe, but it was a close call. After that, I made a few changes. I installed better locks, added motion-activated lights around the house, and made sure my phone was always charged and nearby. I started keeping a small emergency kit by the door, just in case. The woods can be peaceful, but they can also be unpredictable. I still don't know what exactly happened to that man. The police never shared details, and my neighbors said they hadn't seen him before. I sometimes wonder where he came from, what made him so desperate to break into a stranger's home. Maybe he was running from something worse, or maybe he just lost his mind for a moment in the dark. Whatever it was, that morning reminded me how fragile safety can be, how quickly things can change, and how sometimes the scariest moments are the ones you never see coming. When you're alone, caught between sleep and waking, and all you can hear is someone pounding on your windows, begging for help you're not sure you can give. I've never told this story to anyone except my husband. I've been too afraid people would think I'm crazy or that I made it up. But it's something that happened to me when I was 16 on Halloween night, and it still haunts me to this day. I guess finally putting it into words might help me make some sense of it. It was Halloween, but not the kind where you go door to door with a bag of candy. We were a group of 5 friends, all about my age, and honestly, none of us were really into the whole Halloween thing. We were bored, restless, and itching for something to do. The town was small, and there wasn't much going on. just a few houses decorated here and there, but nothing exciting. So, we decided to go for a walk in the woods nearby, just to mess around and kill some time. The road we chose was a dirt path that ran deep into the woods. It wasn't a proper road, more like a rough trail worn down by logging trucks and the occasional hunter. There were no houses anywhere near it, just thick trees lining both sides of the path, stretching out in every direction. The woods in northern Maine are dense and cold this time of year, with tall pines and spruces blocking most of the moonlight. The air was crisp and smelled like damp earth and dead leaves. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, watching us. We walked with no real plan, just joking around, pushing each other a bit, and laughing about stupid things. There were 3 guys and 2 girls, including me. One of the guys, who I'll call Mark, had to stop and take a piss after we'd been walking for a bit. The rest of us just kept going, teasing him about being a slow walker, but none of us minded. I was a little ahead of the group, walking at my own pace and looking around at the shadows the trees made on the ground. That's when I first noticed it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, or maybe the way the moonlight was hitting the clouds. But then the light caught my eye. It was a bright, sharp beam shining down from above, like someone was pointing a spotlight right at me. It was strange because there was no noise, no drone of an engine, no rustling in the trees, just this cold, focused beam of light cutting through the dark woods. I stopped walking and stared up. The light was high above, hovering in the sky, almost directly over the path. It didn't flicker or move like a flashlight someone on the ground might wave around. It just stayed there, bright and steady, like a glowing orb. The woods were dead silent except for the soft crunch of leaves under my feet and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I couldn't look away. The other 3 people in front of me didn't seem to notice anything unusual. They were chatting and laughing, walking ahead like nothing was out of the ordinary. I called out to them, but they just shrugged and kept going. I thought maybe I was just imagining things, maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the light stayed there, growing bigger and brighter, as if it was coming closer or getting stronger. Just then, Mark caught up to me. He'd finished and was walking up the path, about to pass me by. I grabbed his shoulder and told him to look up. He froze and stared at the light with me. He didn't say a word, just nodded. For a moment, it felt like we were the only 2 people in the world, standing still in the middle of the woods, eyes locked on this impossible light. Then, suddenly, the light began to shrink. It pulled back, getting smaller and smaller until it was just a tiny dot in the sky. And then, with unbelievable speed, it zipped across the sky, faster than anything I'd ever seen. It darted like a shooting star, but moved in a straight line, not a falling arc. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. The sky was dark again, the woods quiet and still. We looked at each other, both breathing a little heavier than before. The fear wasn't overwhelming, but it was there, an unsettling knot in my stomach. We took off running to catch up with the others, who were already far ahead. When we finally caught up, they laughed it off and said they hadn't noticed any light. One of them joked that I must have had to pee too, and that's why I stopped. I never told anyone else about it. Our friends thought I was just trying to scare them, or make up a story for attention. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't an airplane or a helicopter. There was no sound at all. No engine noise, no blinking lights. And the way it shrank and shot across the sky was impossible for any normal aircraft. Years later, I ran into Mark again. We ended up getting stoned and talking about that night. He said he never brought it up with anyone either. He remembered the light exactly the way I did. That moment has stuck with both of us all this time, something we quietly carry. I grew up in these woods. I know how to handle the dark, the animals, the strange noises that come with the forest. Nothing about that light felt natural or explainable by anything I knew. It wasn't a trick of the eye or a normal occurrence. Whatever it was, it still scares the shit out of me. I think what haunts me most isn't just the light itself, but the silence that came with it. The woods were quiet in a way that made me feel small and exposed. It was like the forest was holding its breath, waiting. I've walked that road many times since, but I've never seen anything like that again. Sometimes late at night, I find myself wondering what it was, why it was there, and if it's still out there somewhere watching. I don't have answers. I never will. But I know that whatever it wasn't from around here. It wasn't human, and it wasn't something that fits into the stories we tell ourselves to feel safe. I'm not crazy. I saw it, and I will never forget that Halloween night. My little brother and I were tossing a baseball around near dusk at the bottom of our property. We had about 30 acres of thick woods and mountain slopes around us, and we were way out in the middle of nowhere, far from any neighbors or roads. The sun was dipping low, and the air was already growing cool with that early evening chill. Shadows were stretching long, and the woods beyond the clearing where we played started to look darker and more mysterious. We both knew it was getting too late to keep playing. The light was fading fast, and my mom would want us inside soon. We kept throwing the ball back and forth a few more times, trying to squeeze out a little more time before calling it quits. The ball cut through the air with a soft whistle each time. The sound of it bouncing off my glove was one of the few comforting things in that quiet. The woods were silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze and the faint chirp of crickets starting their evening song. Then, without warning, everything changed. From the edge of the trees just beyond the clearing, a scream ripped through the air. It wasn't like any scream I'd ever heard before, not from a person, not from an animal I knew. It was the single most horrifying sound either of us has ever heard, before or since. It was a raw, guttural scream, filled with agony and terror that clawed at your soul. I can't even describe it properly because nothing compares. It sounded like a woman being torn apart in the worst kind of pain, screaming in a way I never want to hear again. The sound was so sharp and wild that it pierced through the growing darkness like a knife. My little brother and I both froze. The baseball dropped from my hand, thudding softly on the ground. Our eyes locked, wide and filled with the same sudden panic. Neither of us said a word, but I could see the fear written plain on his face. I could feel it burning in my own chest. The scream echoed off the trees, twisting and turning through the forest like it was alive. It lasted for what felt like an eternity, but was probably just seconds. After that first scream, there were more long, drawn-out yells, harsh and ragged, each one like a scream from a nightmare. It was the kind of sound that gets stuck in your head, that haunts you even when you're far away and safe. I later learned that it was a female mountain lion in heat. I had heard of their screams before, but hearing it in person, so close and so real, was something else entirely. The way the animal screams can fool anyone into thinking a person is being murdered. I'd never felt so vulnerable or terrified in my life, standing there with my little brother in the dark woods with that scream ringing in my ears. We didn't move for what seemed like minutes, just standing there in the clearing, too scared to even whisper. I kept looking toward the edge of the woods where the scream had come from, my heart hammering so loud I was sure the mountain lion or something else would hear it. The woods felt alive in a way they never had before, dark and waiting, full of things we couldn't see. Eventually, we started walking back slowly, never taking our eyes off the tree line, each step feeling heavier than the last. I kept thinking about what that scream meant. A powerful, dangerous animal was nearby, and it could be anywhere in those woods. My little brother stuck close to me, his small hand in mine, trembling. Neither of us wanted to run, but we also didn't want to be there longer than we had to. By the time we reached the house, the sun was gone, and night had settled over the mountains. The house felt like a refuge, a solid, safe place after the wild terror of the forest. I locked the doors behind us and looked out the window toward the trees, half expecting to see glowing eyes watching from the darkness. For days after, I couldn't shake the memory of that scream. Whenever I closed my eyes, I heard it again, raw and full of pain, like the mountain lion's desperate cry. It was a sound that reminded me just how wild and dangerous the world could be outside the safety of home, and how small we really were out there in those woods. When I was 15, I had a paper route that started at 4 in the morning. It was still dark outside, with the sky only just beginning to lighten in the east. The air was cold and fresh, the kind of quiet that feels like the whole world is holding its breath. I liked that part of the job, the peace and stillness before the day really started. I'd get on my old bicycle, the one with the rusty chain and squeaky brakes, and pedal through the empty streets, delivering newspapers to people's doorsteps. It wasn't a big route, but it was mine, and I took pride in it. That morning was no different at first. I had my papers stacked neatly in my bike's basket, and the only sounds were the hum of the tires rolling over the pavement and the distant chirping of birds waking up. I'd been doing this for months, so I knew the route well, the houses, the gardens, the dogs that barked even at that early hour. There was one house on my route that always stood out to me, though. It was an older place, with tall windows and a garden full of thick bushes and trees. The kind of house that looked like it had stories to tell, but didn't want to share them. That morning, as I turned into the garden path leading to the front door, I saw something I wasn't expecting. Two men, standing close together with flashlights, were peering into the windows of the house. Their faces were tense, focused on whatever was inside. The light from their flashlights flickered over the curtains and the glass, making the shadows dance. For a moment, I froze, unsure of what to do. I was just a kid, and seeing strangers looking through someone's windows felt wrong and dangerous. My heart started to beat faster, but I forced myself to speak, hoping to break the silence and maybe avoid trouble. I said, "Good morning, guys." My voice sounded shakier than I wanted. They both jumped slightly, their heads snapping toward me. For a moment, none of us said anything. It was awkward and tense, like none of us knew what to do next. Their faces were a mix of surprise and something harder to read. Fear, maybe, or anger. I could feel their eyes watching me closely, their bodies stiff. I didn't want to cause any trouble or make them angry, so I tried to keep things calm. I asked if I could get past them to deliver the paper. One of the men spoke, but I didn't hear exactly what he said. What I did understand was that the person living in that house had done something to his family, something serious, and these two men had taken the chance to get away from him. They said their car was still running nearby. They moved off quickly after that, disappearing into the shadows beyond the garden. I waited a few moments, my heart still racing, then rang the doorbell of the house. I stood back a little and waited, thinking whoever lived there might want to know what had happened, or at least be cautious. After a while, someone came to the door, and I told them about the men I saw and the story I overheard. The person thanked me and said they'd be careful. I left soon after, the whole experience sticking with me for the rest of my ride. It was one of those mornings that felt different, heavier somehow, like the calm before something bad. The next days, I kept thinking about those two men in the house. I noticed a little more around that street, the locked doors, the quiet neighbors who didn't say much. I wondered what had happened to make those men so desperate to hide and escape, and if the person inside the house was dangerous. I never saw those two men again, but every time I passed that garden, I felt a little uneasy. The early morning quiet wasn't the same after that. It taught me a lot about the real world, how people carry secrets, and how sometimes danger hides behind familiar walls. It wasn't a ghost story or a fairy tale, it was something raw and real. And sometimes, all you can do is be aware and hope for the best. Last year during the pandemic, my partner and I took a trip to Vancouver Island in British Columbia. It was something we had talked about doing for a while. You know, that typical kind of thing a lot of younger couples do when they want to disconnect for a bit. Just get in a van with a mattress in the back and drive. No big plans, just camp out in random forest pull-offs, cook simple meals over a fire, and live like we didn't have anything to get back to for a while. With everything going on in the world, it felt like the only thing that made sense. Nature, quiet, and space. We didn't really book any official campsites. Most people who've camped out there know how it goes. Vancouver Island has tons of logging roads, old forestry access roads that run deep into the woods. Along them are all these little pull-offs, some obvious and flattened from regular use, others barely visible until you're almost past them. That weekend was particularly busy though. I guess everyone else had the same idea we did. Every official campground we came across was full. Signs were posted or handwritten with Sharpie on cardboard, nailed to the entry posts, full. So we kept moving. We were somewhere between two old-growth forests, late in the afternoon, when we started thinking about where we'd sleep that night. The sun was starting to dip. Golden light filtered through the trees, and mist hung low across the road from rain earlier in the day. We weren't stressed yet, but we were both getting a little anxious about finding a spot. We'd passed a few turnoffs that looked okay, but they were either already taken or didn't feel right. Eventually, we found one. It wasn't marked, but the gate was there, old and rusted with the hinge bolts ripped off the post. That wasn't uncommon at all. A lot of people just pulled the gates open or removed them altogether. This one had been like that for a while. We drove in slowly, tires crunching over gravel and old pine needles. The trail led down a slight hill, weaving through dense trees until it opened up to a clearing right on the edge of a lake. It was beautiful, quiet still. There was a light breeze, but the surface of the lake was smooth, just the occasional ripple where something disturbed the water. Dragonflies buzzed near the shore. We saw another van parked off to the right, and further across the clearing was a tent set up next to a small fire pit. There was a fire going already, and a couple sitting beside it. They looked up when we pulled in. We parked a little ways off and got out, stretched our legs, waved to them. They seemed nice. We chatted a bit, just the usual stuff. How long they'd been there, where they were from, how beautiful the island was. They mentioned they had gotten there the night before, and pointed to the tent across from them, the one closer to the lake. They told us it had already been set up when they arrived, but no one had come back to it. They had checked it out a little, just out of curiosity, and said it looked like someone had just stepped away for a few minutes, but never came back. There was a brand new paddleboard leaned against a tree, books lying near the fire pit, a hammock strung between two trees. The gear looked untouched. Nothing looked old or abandoned. We looked over at the tent. It was newer, in good shape. Nothing looked messy or like animals had gotten into it. It just looked paused. I remember feeling weird about it. Not scared or anything, just off. But the couple didn't seem bothered. They joked maybe someone had just gotten bored and left everything. We figured maybe it was someone who planned to come back. We didn't really think much more about it. We set up the van for the night, made a simple dinner, some pasta with canned sauce on the camp stove, the usual kind of van food, and hung out by the edge of the lake for a bit. The sunset was incredible, bright orange and pink stretching over the water. The night came on fast. Once the sun dropped behind the hills, it got cold quickly, and the air was damp. We crawled into the van early, tired from the day. In the morning, the van that had been parked near the couple was gone. We assumed they left early or moved on to another spot. The tent, though, was still there. Same as before. Still neat, still closed. We didn't check it. Didn't really want to. It felt personal, even if no one was there. My partner and I made coffee and some instant oatmeal and took it down by the lake. Everything was quiet. No one else came through. After breakfast, we decided to drive into the nearest town, maybe do a hike and check out a few shops. The town was about an hour away down winding logging roads. We left our spot, figuring we'd try coming back to it if nothing else turned up. We spent most of the day out, hiked a loop trail that cut through some low alpine forest. It was misty and cool. Ate lunch at a picnic table. The town was small but had a couple places open. We picked up more propane and some snacks. By the time we were thinking about where to sleep, it was already getting late again. We debated trying to find a new spot, but neither of us felt like searching for hours in the dark, so we decided to just go back to the lakeside pull-off. When we got there, the spot was still empty. The tent, still exactly the same. That's when it started to get under my skin. It had now been 3 days since the other couple had arrived and noticed it, which meant at the very least, it had been sitting there untouched for 4 days, maybe longer, and still no sign of whoever it belonged to. There was something about how perfectly set up it was that made it worse, like someone had planned to stay a while. The paddleboard, the books, the hammock, even the firewood stacked under a small tarp. Someone had put care into the setup. I kept thinking, why leave it all behind? Especially out here. Gear like that isn't cheap, and it wouldn't last forever if weather moved in. I started thinking about what could have happened. What if someone got hurt out on the water? Maybe they drowned, and no one ever came back to find them. What if they went off hiking and never came back? Maybe they left for town, and something bad happened. Or maybe someone did something to them. The thought wouldn't leave my head. I felt like I was looking at a crime scene that hadn't been discovered yet. My partner, probably trying to lighten the mood, made a dumb joke about vampires. I didn't laugh. I was too distracted. I kept glancing at the tent. Eventually, I decided I needed to look inside. The sun was low in the sky. Light was fading. Everything was washed in this dull orange glow that made the shadows stretch longer than they should have. I walked over slowly. My heart was pounding. I was convinced I was about to find something awful. I crouched in front of the tent and unzipped the door. Slowly, carefully. It opened without a sound. Inside, it was empty. Just an inflatable sleeping pad, a crumpled sleeping bag, a few folded clothes, a water bottle. Everything neat. Everything clean. It looked like someone had slept in it, but not recently. Then I noticed the paper tucked into one of the mesh side pockets. A note, folded once. I pulled it out and looked at it. It was written in French. I don't speak French, but thankfully my partner does. I brought it back to her, and she read it silently. Her face shifted from curious to confused. She told me it said something about two friends coming to this spot, expecting to meet someone, a girl. They had waited, but she never showed. The note was a kind of message left behind in case she came later. It said they had been waiting for 4 days. That meant the tent had been here for even longer than we thought. Now everything felt heavier. We were sitting in the middle of someone's disappearance. Or at least that's how it felt. The place was too remote for someone to just forget all this stuff. It made no sense. Why leave all that behind? If someone had gone home or changed plans, why not take anything with them? The paddleboard alone was probably hundreds of dollars. We debated what to do. We didn't want to pack up and drive back out in the dark. The road was rough and the nearest town was far, but we also didn't feel right staying there. The place felt different now, like something was watching us. Even the trees looked closer than they had the night before. That was when we heard something rustling. We both jumped. It was coming from the brush near the tent. A low, soft movement, like something small was moving quickly. My heart leapt into my throat. Then, out from the bushes, came this tiny black and white rabbit. A pet rabbit. It hopped right toward us like it knew us. We just stared at it, dumbfounded. Then we noticed the small container of rabbit food under the tarp near the tent. We hadn't seen it before. It looked healthy, clean. Its fur was soft, and it wasn't scared of people at all. It had clearly been living here, just waiting. That made everything feel even weirder. Someone had brought a pet rabbit out here, set up a tent, left food, and never came back. The rabbit just sat there by our fire. It didn't leave. It didn't even explore much. It just stayed close to the tent like it belonged there. About 45 minutes later, another van pulled into the clearing. A young couple, probably around our age. They parked and came over to say hi. We told them what we knew about the tent. They seemed a little unsettled, but were also in the same position we were. Nowhere else to go. We all talked for a bit and agreed to stay close to each other. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every noise made me sit up. I kept picturing someone coming back, or someone watching from the woods. My partner didn't sleep much either. We were both just waiting for morning. As soon as the sun came up, we packed our stuff. The other couple was already up and doing the same. We didn't even eat breakfast there. We drove straight into the nearest town and went to the local RCMP detachment to report what we saw. Told them about the tent, the note, the gear, the rabbit. Everything. They took our statement and thanked us. Said they would send someone out. But we never heard anything back. We checked the local news a few times over the next couple weeks. Nothing came up. No missing persons. No investigation. No updates. To this day, we still don't know what happened. Maybe the When I was growing up, Halloween wasn't just a day to dress up and get candy. For my family, especially my dad, it was an event, something big and elaborate that he spent weeks planning. We lived on about 7 acres of land, 5 of which were thick woods with tall trees, fallen leaves crunching underfoot, and enough shadows and hidden corners to make any Halloween perfect. Dad loved Halloween so much that every year in mid-October, he would invite a bunch of people over for a huge costume party. But the party wasn't the main event. The real highlight was the scavenger hunt he created. The scavenger hunt wasn't just a simple find this, then find that game. No, Dad made it into a serious challenge, something that involved teamwork, puzzles, and a bit of fear. He would spend the 2 weeks leading up to the party clearing paths, setting up clues, and building scary traps and scenes all over the property. The woods, the fields, even the old barn on the edge of the land. He transformed the whole place. There were always 2 teams for the hunt, sometimes kids as young as 8 mixed with teenagers, and a few adults to keep things from getting out of hand. Usually, about 10 to 12 people on each team, spread across the woods on 2 different paths. Both paths led to the same events and clues, but they happened at different times, so it felt like 2 separate stories unfolding. Each clue was a word puzzle or riddle that made you think. They weren't just hidden objects. They required real brain work to figure out where to go next. The final goal was to find an old skeleton key hidden somewhere on the property. Dad's setup was impressive. Every year, he came up with new ideas to surprise and scare us, always making the hunt harder and more exciting. One of the best things about his traps was how simple but effective they were. For example, there was this one shallow hole right in the middle of one of the main paths. Nobody saw it because it was just a small dip covered with leaves. Beneath the leaves, Dad buried a weighted switch. If anyone stepped on it, it triggered a loud air horn and a spotlight that shone straight in their face, just about 4 feet away. The first time it went off, I swear, half the team screamed and jumped back. It was so simple and perfect that Dad added it at the last minute, and it never failed to startle us. Another year, Dad dressed up as a mad scientist for one of the clue stations. When the teams arrived, he was ranting about blood being the wrong type, stirring a 5-gallon bucket with a wooden stick. He dipped his finger into the bucket, pretended to taste the liquid, and screamed that it was wrong blood. Then he'd fling the liquid into the woods behind him. On the third bucket, he dumped the whole thing over the team. But it wasn't real blood, just dyed hay mixed with water. The smell was earthy, and it felt slimy when it hit your skin, but it freaked out everyone. The kids would shriek and jump around, wiping the sticky stuff off their clothes, laughing nervously as Dad kept up the act. One of the scarier setups involved a guy dressed as Jason from the horror movies. He stood behind a big table with a chainsaw. The chainsaw didn't have a chain. It was a prop, but it looked real enough to make anyone hesitate. The clue for the next step in the hunt was right there on the table, in plain sight. The teams had to step carefully, approach the table, and grab the clue. Just when someone reached for it, a person hiding behind a wall would jump out and knock the Jason figure down, acting like a hero saving the team. Everyone would relax for a moment, but then, just as someone went back to grab the clue again, another person would suddenly reach up from behind the table, swinging the chainsaw prop down and catching the person's wrist. The chainsaw wasn't real or sharp, but it was heavy and clumsy enough to knock the person down with a loud bang and a good scare. It was tense, nerve-wracking, and always got the heart racing. But the best part, the absolute favorite of everyone who went through the hunt, was a short play Dad set up on a small path deep in the woods. It was like a mini theatrical scene, perfectly scary and clever. My brother and his girlfriend were the actors in this one. The scene was set so well it looked real. My brother was the executioner, dressed in black leather and a rough medieval-style tunic. His girlfriend had long, dark curly hair and wore a beautiful medieval dress that reached the ground. She was lying on a big wooden block that looked like a chopping block, and the area was lit by spotlights that would only turn on when someone stepped on a pedal hidden nearby. When a team got to that point on the trail, my brother stepped on his pedal, lighting up the scene. He stood behind the block with a huge, very real-looking medieval axe. His girlfriend began pleading, acting scared and desperate. She begged him to let her go, saying they could run away together, and that the king would never find them. My brother played the executioner perfectly, saying he was sorry, but the king's orders were absolute, and the execution had to be carried out. Then, my brother let go of his pedal, and the whole scene went dark. Almost immediately, a spotlight lit up my uncle, who was standing about 20 feet away, off to the left behind a tree. He was dressed in full royal costume, complete with a crown and a flowing cape. My uncle, playing the king, started shouting orders. His voice boomed through the woods, telling the executioner to kill her now, that she would never love him, and how he was under the king's control. The timing was perfect. While the king was shouting, my brother's girlfriend quietly climbed off the block and slipped behind the set. They had cleverly swapped in a dummy that looked exactly like her, with the same dress and wig. The dummy's head was positioned on the chopping block, ready for the finale. When the king's rant finished and the spotlight went off, my brother stepped on his pedal again. The scene lit up, and he raised the axe high over the dummy's neck. He shouted, "I'm sorry, milady. It must be done." Then, with a strong, fast chop, he brought the axe down. The dummy's head flew off, spinning across the ground as my brother turned slowly to face the team. The fake head was painted with gruesome detail, blood, bruises, a lifelike expression frozen in shock. For a few seconds, my brother stared at the teams with a cold, serious look. It was like he was telling them the message without words. This wasn't a joke. Then, he warned them silently. Unless they wanted to be next, they should keep moving and find their next clue. The tension was thick, and the scared kids always hurried down the path, hearts pounding and voices quiet. That scene was the highlight of the whole event every year. Everyone talked about it, remembering how real it felt, how tense the air was, and how good my brother and my uncle were at playing their parts. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was about human fear, the kind that comes from real threats and dark moments. That feeling stuck with me, even long after the party was over. Dad's scavenger hunts weren't just fun. They were experiences that forced you to think, feel, and react. The clues were tricky puzzles written on old parchment paper, stained with coffee to make them look ancient. Some clues were riddles about the woods, others about the history of the land or the family. We had to look carefully at tree bark, under rocks, and inside hollow logs to find the next step. Sometimes the clues were hidden in locked boxes with combination locks that required solving a cipher or figuring out a word code. One clue led us to the old barn, where Dad had set up a dusty table covered in jars filled with strange things: fake eyeballs, plastic spiders, rubber snakes, and dried leaves. There was a black light shining on the table, making everything glow eerie green and blue. We had to find a jar with a hidden compartment, which contained the next clue. Another clue was hidden inside a hollow tree stump, which Dad rigged to drop a bucket of dry leaves and dirt on the first person who stuck their hand inside. The surprise was harmless, but the shock was real. The person would jump back covered in leaves and dust, laughing but clearly caught off guard. The woods were the perfect place for the hunt because the shadows and noises played tricks on your mind. The wind would rustle the trees just right, making it sound like footsteps or whispers. At times, you'd see a flash of something moving just out of the corner of your eye, but when you turned, nothing was there. Dad also timed everything perfectly, so that one team would finish just before the other arrived at a station. This way, the other team might see something scary that had just happened, like a dropped piece of costume or the dummy left behind, making the experience even more intense. On the night of the party, after the scavenger hunt, everyone gathered in the big barn where Dad had decorated with cobwebs, fake spiders, and strings of orange and purple lights. There was a big table of food, chips, homemade chili, pumpkin cookies, and hot apple cider. The adults would laugh and talk about the night while the kids compared their stories, still catching their breath from the scares. Then came the trophy ceremony. Dad had an old beat-up trophy he'd won at some Halloween event long ago, and every year it was polished and given to the winning team. The trophy was scratched and dented but shining proudly. The winners always felt like champions, and Dad made sure to take pictures of every team with their trophy, some of which were framed and hung in the barn. I remember the feeling of the cold October air on my face, the smell of damp leaves and wood smoke, the way the shadows danced around the trees, and how the quiet sounds of the woods made every little noise feel magnified. The night was full of excitement and fear, but also the warmth of family and friends gathered together. Those scavenger hunts were more than just games. They were moments that brought us closer, challenged us, and gave us memories that still come back whenever I think of Halloween. Dad's dedication, his creativity, and his ability to turn our land into a place of mystery and adventure made every year special. Even now, years later, when I walk through a forest or hear the faint sound of an air horn in the distance, I remember those nights. The way the spotlight suddenly shone in my face, the axe chopping down in the darkness,